of the roundtable comprises of critical thought leaders and stakeholders across different fields and areas of the political, economical, and legal landscape. The program is divided into 4 program sub-themes, themed 2 decades of the broad-based Black Economic Empowerment Act in democratic South Africa. The second one is South Africa's application and representation at the International Court of Justice on the allegations of a genocide committed by Israel against Palestine, and a political and legal analysis thereof. The proposed budget cuts on critical sectors of the government ahead of the SONA and the budget speech. And lastly, the new dawn for South Africa post 2024 elections, the prospects of coalition government and its possible impact on society. Ladies and gentlemen, we did not invite the nobodies here. We have invited serious people, serious legal eagles, serious politicians who are lovers of truth and wisdom. So we deliberately invited individuals who are shaping society, having impact in the society, because most of them are politicians. It means our hopes and aspirations, our dreams as the country are put on their shoulders to turn them into reality, unless if they sell us, they sell our hopes out, just like the tears down the line. Therefore, we look forward to robust and constructive engagements, which will foster in-depth, multidisciplinary perspectives and discussions on our local and international society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Advocate Murata, for that. As part of the Law Clinic team, I really enjoy, or I really like introducing Advocate and also speaking after him, because firstly, he does not need an introduction. And secondly, after he speaks, you don't need to say anything else. So thank you for that impactful background and welcome. Without further waste of time, we are going to enter into the juice of the day, which is the panel discussions. We are going to start with our first discussion, and we have a facilitator for this session, and it's Mr. Justice Dabampe. So just in terms of order, we are going to welcome the speakers here. We will call them individually and they will ascend the stage, take a seat. We will have a discussion or presentation from the speakers, and then we will open for questions to the audience online as well. We have Mr. Marcus monitoring those questions. So please expect questions from the audience as well as the online audience. With that being said, I am going to hand over to you, Mr. Justice, to proceed with the first panel.
Thank you very much, and greetings to everyone. So my name is Justice Davampe. So I was invited here by the Law Clinic to come and to a very difficult group. It's not easy, but hopefully it will not be that difficult. So as I said, it's Justice Davampe, and I happen to have been given a responsibility of being the Deputy Secretary of the province of the EFF in the Northwest. So I thought maybe I should, when Advocate Morda said invited serious people, I kept on looking, and then I saw Musima Imani and them, is indeed serious people. So indeed, UNISA is a unique institution, and I'm not giving a speech. I'm just giving a synopsis, because my role today is not to speak but to listen. You know, Mr. Maimani and MP, politicians are paid to speak. That is their role or not. They must speak from time to time. So today I'm not there to speak, but to listen, to learn, and also develop new perspectives in terms of all the discussions that are here. And I'm happy that we are learning from UNISA, the biggest institution in the Southern Africa, not an institution of an individual or of a province. I think it's the only institution that exists across South Africa and beyond. So the topic is on the 2 decades of triple BE. So what I'll do, I'll call panelists one by one. Mr. Muruta, that is a tradition from last year when I saw it. So it's 2 decades of triple BE. Is triple BE in its truest sense a triple BE, or it just exists on paper? Well, we will hear from the panelists what is their view. Is there something called triple BE or Makoma no Kopana Fela or no? We are going to say this piece of cake is triple BEE in order to mislead Batwarono. So I'll invite Mr. Musimaimani, who's the party leader of BOSA, Build One SA. Mr. Maiman. Yeah, I think we can sit. Okay. Miss, which one? Paga. Okay, I'll also call Mr. Michael Beckram or Miss Michael Beckram today. Yeah, all right. And then Akola is not here. Napoleon. So I'll give Mr. Maimani, it will just be a brief 15 minutes to say the 2 decades. What is triple BE? How has it impacted the lives of the people? Is there triple BE in South Africa, Mr. Maimani?
I don't know if I should sit or stand. If it's going to be 15 minutes, can I stand just for a few minutes?
Yes.
It would be very helpful. Yeah. Let me, for youth's sake, jump here. Michael, you will be jumping next, you said. Good morning, everybody. And it is always my great privilege to come to this particular esteemed institution. I am a child of a cashier and a factory worker. And had it not been for an institution like UNISA, some of us would not be standing here today saying we have some degrees. And I think when I listened to Advocate address us earlier about the strong fight of making sure that UNISA maintains its own independence and functions, I cannot support you more because it's absolutely crucial that institutions like UNISA thrive, survive, because they allow the black child like myself from Soweto to be able to stand on equal footing with any citizen in the country. And therefore, that process cannot be politicized, it must be democratized. So, with all of that in mind, I think I'm not certain that to spend 15 minutes multiplied by 4 or 5, I want to be quick because I think this is an important question. It's an important question that arrives in a global context where there's a genuine crisis of capitalism. We cannot deny that first fact. That in as much as there's been a triumph of globalization, there's also been a triumph of inequality. And therefore, it has meant that our societies are grappling with the question about we've arrived in 30 years of democracy, we've arrived post 1990 in the triumph of globalization, yet we face profound inequality and in certain instances where a few individuals have become super wealthy, and in other instances, many of the citizens still remain lingeringly poor. That is a genuine crisis that we need to attend to, not only here in South Africa, but as part of the global society. The second is, I think we mustn't make the fall of interchanging redress and justice as prescribed in our constitution and quickly substitute it and say, well, that must be triple B double E. Because the error in that thinking is that already the conversation is hegemonically framed around where the ANC's thinking is about how to achieve redress and justice. And those two issues are enshrined in our constitution as a point of departure. In fact, the preamble of the constitution opens with a notion of saying we need to honor those who have suffered for justice and freedom in our land. We need to respect those who have worked to build and develop our country and believe that South Africa should belong to all who live in it, united in our diversity. So if the first principle is to depart from the constitution, then the title of today's session must be 30 years of democracy. What has it meant as far as achieving justice, redress, and equality as expressed in the Constitution? That's the frame we ought to begin with and recognize. When you talk about the recognition of injustice, that injustice is not just an injustice born out of punitive legislation such as apartheid. It is also racial in nature, in that it's allowed for too many Black South Africans to become spectators to economic activity. So the frame of the question becomes then important. And when I walked out of Parliament in 2019 and said, let's build one South Africa, it was really the agonizing question that I think the fundamental difficulty of South Africa is that we live in many South Africas. As a South Africa upon which when you arrive, you think to yourself, wait, hang on, this country is prospering. And then you arrive in another South Africa and you think to yourself, this nation rivals the worst form of poverty globally. But both those citizens occupy the same land through which the Constitution espouses of those same citizens to prosper together and be united in their diversity. So I think if we're going to address the question, let's begin it at the point of values. Because if you don't have a value for justice, all pieces of legislation are going to be compliance rather than an aspiration for values of dignity and Ubuntu in the lives of South Africans. It ought to offend all citizens when others are throwing away bread and others are begging for bread. And the riots that we saw a couple of Julys ago must be a genuine reminder of the fact that you almost saw the duality of the South Africa. You saw what was called the looting of malls in places where people could sit back and say, perhaps this is not our economy and we're simply spectators to it. That duality is born out of an absence of that value that espouses dignity, justice, and a recognition that even a person of faith, I have to speak because I can't distance myself from that, to say, when I see Mutu, I begin to see a fellow human being, I see the divine, and therefore we share common threads. With that frame in mind, you ought to then say, in the crisis of capitalism, perhaps it's ascribed human value less than, it's seen it as a commodity to be traded. We must restore the value of Ubuntu in our commercial undertakings if we are going to achieve the sense of redress and injustice. Therefore, at a starting point, before we even discuss what the broader legislative piece is, perhaps we need to ask the question, is it okay for the comparison of the CEO's salary to be at 200 times more than the lowest paid employee in the same company? That's a question that we need to ask ourselves. Secondly, I think I also would be unfair, especially, I didn't greet everybody, but I see Judge Desai is here. But Judge, you were part of the generation of leaders who have seen us through this transition. It would be grossly unfair to minimize partly what has taken place in the last 30 years because it has allowed us the right to contest for these issues. We have made some progress and we have seen diversity in many different spaces. So I wouldn't want to be the one who says, no, let's write off all of the 30 years. Because today, institutions such as these ones are representative of many South Africans. And that's part of the progress we've made. So it's important to recognize and celebrate it. Because when you can begin by saying, how do we build further on it to achieve a society upon which constitutional rights such as justice, equality are upheld? So, along with this issue of inequality, we must recognize the fact that there's still this broader question of asset exclusion. Harvard wrote this report about spatial inequality in South Africa, and it makes this damning statement. It says the conditions of Black South Africans in South Africa in rural and Bantustan communities have remained the same, if not worsened, post-apartheid. What is an indictment on the issue? Because if you are to fix the injustices of apartheid, at least part of the project must have been to say, how do we achieve redress and inequality and inclusion in that sense? So I want to begin by saying we have to be deliberate and frame the question correctly and attend to it correctly so that we can achieve the outcomes of this South Africa that is united in its diversity. At least as the lodestar that we pursue. So that one day if somebody loots the mall, they're not looting someone else's mall, but they can sit back and say, together we share and own this economy. You see. So let us maybe think about how I have some thoughts to maybe put forward. Because the reason I don't want to debate triple BEE is because it would be genuinely to swim in ANC waters. And I'm not certain I want to do that because it has other dynamics to the issue. I'd rather swim in the more constitutional question and how do we achieve that in the South Africa of today. The first is I want to make the bold case to say what South Africa did not do and perhaps should do is to say, given anybody, any company, individuals who have inherited wealth through a system that was unequal, perhaps we needed to achieve a jobs and justice fund. The reason I start there is that it gives us an instrument that says, if we are genuinely going to empower all citizens, it is going to take capital injection on a broader level rather than what we currently see at this point in time. And I know when I left Parliament, I went into industry, worked out what companies need to do. The triple BEE legislation is about compliance and about filling in forms. And by nature, once you get into those waters, you start to find ways to just achieve the points without having the value or even the capital formation to do that. So let's create a fund that opens up investment opportunities so that a person who sits, I want to use, let's make this practical. I'm in the moment right now dealing with a young man called Henley. He's invested his own laptop in South Africa. All he wants is a factory in the Eastern Cape so that he can employ more people and create an economic pie. but he doesn't have the capital to do so, because when he goes to seek for the capital, he speaks to people who say, Emoren, how are we going to benefit? There must be an automate. And yes, you might sit here today and say there's this fund, there's that fund, there's that fund. But I can tell you the barriers to entry into those funds become political, cumbersome, and often corrupt, so that intended entrepreneurs who are genuine about enlarging the South African economy so they can participate do not ever get access to those funds. And I'm speaking from genuine experience in this. So the starting point has to be that creation of that fund. As new opportunities occur in the world in a crisis of capitalism, we are transitioning into a more green economy. We have to answer the question, will we enter a new economy upon which the same ownership patterns and models are replicated from one industrial economy to now a green economy? I would argue we need to be deliberate and intentional about saying, where are the entrepreneurs who are facilitating new battery technology, new types of energy that are coming into the sector, rather than just simply saying, let's tinker in the margin and help those people who are selling oranges or this. I genuinely want to see South Africans who are owners of battery technology and multiple types of technology, so that when we transition and we look at the energy infrastructure and economy in the future, we can look at it and say, actually, that economy is united in its diversity, and there are many South Africans who are participants in that space. That allows us the space not only to achieve a sense of justice, but a powerful sense of inclusion. This offers us profound opportunities. And we have to make capital access something that is possible for most South Africans. Because I can tell you, the reason someone said here earlier, I think it was you, moderator, you said, there's a slice there, people must say we've complied, that slice belongs to BE. Is because if you're trying to purchase any form of equity in any company, you find that you are without capital. And then when you enter that space, you end up in a space where the owners are dictators to you as to what you can and cannot do. So we need a form of jobs and justice fund to achieve that. Second, and along with that, I would argue we must broaden inclusion deliberately by breaking down the duality of our economy. Now, here's a dilemma. South Africa spatially still has formal and informal, has capital intensive and none. I, as a child of Soweto, would argue the case this, that there are entrepreneurs in Dobsonville, in Soweto. If we push capital into that space, build infrastructure in townships, those entrepreneurs must not be manufacturing goods that can only be consumed in Soweto. Those entrepreneurs must be manufacturing goods that can be consumed in Sandton, then in Stockholm. That way, when we talk about a township economy, it's not a self-serving economy. It's an economy that is broader in South Africa. Let me wrap it up. I see you are standing. I'm sure the EFF will talk a little bit more about land. It's not that I don't care about it, but its title. Its title and asset inclusion. And then lastly, it would be amiss of me if I didn't include education as a tool of redress and empowerment. If we fail to ask our young people, particularly, I say this and I say this broadly, it's not campaigning. If your parents could not go to university under apartheid, this government must be obligated to fund your higher education for free. It has to. For the simple reason that if I didn't have a degree, I wouldn't be able to compete with so many. If I don't have a master's program, a PhD program, it doesn't allow me to do that. So when I say free higher education, of course, the obligation of the state is to make sure that the day you start working, we increase your tax so that you can pay back, so that more can participate. And it can go into other asset inclusions, of which education is one. And when we come to agricultural land, we must include a redress mentality. So fellow South Africans, I want to argue this, that the hegemonic view of the ANC on triple BEE has not served us entirely well. We need to broaden the redress and justice mechanism and build one South Africa if we are ever going to see stability in our nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maimani. Can there be equality without equity? Mr. Akolile Notwala, can there be, equality without first addressing the issue of equality, taking into consideration the challenges of the past and all that? The stage is yours.
Thank you. I'll follow the pastor and use this thing. Good morning, everyone. My name is Atolile Nochwala. I am the Western Cape convener for Rise Mzansi. I'm a 9-month-old politician, having formed Rise Mzansi nine months ago. I think I want to begin by saying I look forward in the next few weeks, months, at graduating at this big university. That is not a city or a name or a tribe. Thank you to the Unisalo Clinic for having me and inviting Rise Mzansi to be part of the panel and discussing such an important topic 30 years into our democracy. So let's begin by asking who funds Rise Mzansi. That's it. That's not that's not the topic. So I think it's important for us to understand and talk about the context, contrasting it with our history of dispossession and exploitation. We can't talk about these things, and unfortunately, we have to go back and look at our history. The colonial disposition, hundreds of years of colonial disposition, and the exploitation through formal apartheid. And as we talk about Black economic empowerment, even today's world and discussion, when we do that contrast and talk about the context, we must unfortunately continue to talk about white economic empowerment, which continues today. And we live in a particular province where we see that continues to happen, the province of the Western Cape and the city of Cape Town. And unfortunately, we cannot talk about the issue of land as a last thing when we talk about Black economic empowerment. It is central to what we talk about today. And I think the ANC's failures in relation to making sure that we have an inclusive economy that caters for the majority of our population in the country, Black people. And again, in the context of Cape Town, we have to be very mindful and be intentional about the language that we use because of the racial disparities and the racial classifications that we unfortunately didn't give to ourselves. And being intentional in saying Black people, colored people, who are the majority of the population, and Indian people. Western Cape is made out of 80% Black people. When you fly into this province, that's not what you see. When you go to the civics, the city center, that's not what you see. But the majority of the people that continue to be exploited and through continuous white economic empowerment are 80% of the Western Cape's population, 80% of Cape Town's population. And that's Black, African, and colored people. I'm going to use those inverted commas. And so what we've continued to see in terms of the ANC's implementation of Black economic empowerment is Black elite economic empowerment. Instead of a broad, overall, inclusive policy that should be taking up and propping up majority of the exploited in our country. As much as we must applaud and we need to continue to applaud the upward mobility of Black people, that some of them are now owning industries, are now owning big business, we have to be critical in their own role of continuous exploitation through that ANC patronage, where some of them continue to be involved in the corrupt dealings that are allowed by the ANC. As much as we are critical, we have to continue also looking at how it is that we are able to create new wealth in the country for the majority of the population. And it's not only just about the individual policy on its own in terms of triple BEE. It has to do about an enabling environment around that particular policy that will be able to allow an inclusive growth, an inclusive building of wealth for the majority of South Africans, of exploited and marginalized South Africans. And so I just want to make two examples that do not necessarily, or that highlight these agencies, cadres, and the businesses that continue to exploit Black people and marginalized Black people. This thing that I'm wearing was made about a month ago by a Black woman, a single mother in Khayelitsha, who operates in a backyard of his father's house. Sisnguli Nonkululeko Kubule operates in that back house. And this is why I'm saying the issue of land is central and is critical. Because when we talk about Black economic empowerment, we have to talk about disrupting, particularly in this province, white property power. We must make sure that there is a disruption in terms of white property power. Who owns property in the Western Cape? Who owns property in the city of Cape Town? The buildings, the hotels that many of you come and visit, majority of those, that property in the city center of the city of Cape Town is owned by white property power. And we must disrupt that with, in relation as well. When we talk about the ANC's continuous disposition and exploitation, we must also talk about the DA that has enabled white economic empowerment in this province and in this city. So Mrs. Nkuli isn't able to grow her business because she doesn't have property. She doesn't own property. She operates in a backroom because she can't afford to own property. And the second example I'm going to make is a young Black man. We call him Masha. He's part of a soccer team that we have. His name is Nsika Kaba. Unsika has been struggling. He got some money donated to get a container. He also started a fashion business, a clothing business called Sisonge. He's been struggling to find a piece of land to put that container so that he can operate a business. He's also from Khayelitsha. And so as much as we can have the big talk and this big speak about the policy and the failures of the ANC at a very high level, if we don't talk about an enabling environment that will be able to allow us to have people like Unsika and people like Usis Nkuli operating their own businesses, growing their own businesses, creating new wealth, and being able to employ other poor and working class marginalized South Africans, we are not going to be able to begin to deal with the issues of exploitation of 100 years ago that I spoke about. And lastly, I think I want to say that we need to start embracing informality. We, we are very quick to want to formalize everything. And with that comes the bureaucracy of our stringent government and the people that we have put in power. If you reflect on the water crisis in the city of Cape Town, what the city of Cape Town's law enforcement, the first thing that they do when there was a water crisis, they went to Khayelitsha to close car washes there because they said those people were wasting water. These are informal businesses. They are quick to go and arrest people because they don't have permits. They're operating informal businesses across the city and they don't have permits. And that is the enabling environment that I talk about. Because firstly, getting a permit can take you months, can take you years, but people have to eat and people need to start to run their own businesses. And so embracing informality means that we are able to build an inclusive economy. That's how you create new wealth. You create new wealth by allowing people to be creative in the informal sector and make sure that step by step you bring them into the formal sector. And so embracing informality means that we need to start creating a long street in Khayelitsha. But majority of the businesses, some of the comrades here, I know you frequent a parking in Khayelitsha. You go there. Majority of the small business owners there complain that they can't operate their businesses because it's seen as informal and they're not given an opportunity to come into the economy. Epakini could be a long street of Cape Town, but because Long Street is white economic empowerment and Epakini is black economic empowerment, it's not given the same attention. It's not provided for the same opportunity. And so when we talk about black economic empowerment, we need to look at the enabling environment and diversify what we mean when we talk about an inclusive economy. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Rise Muzan says, without the transfer of the land, there can never be black economic empowerment. That's what they are saying. So I'll give Ms. Parker to take us through the 2 decades of triple BEE, even if you don't talk about them as other panelists have done, about the economic empowerment in general of black people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justice Moderator. I like the name, especially your first name. Good afternoon to each and every one of you. And like the politicians before me who get paid to speak, I charge by the minute. I just needed to chip that in. Needless to say, broad-based black economic empowerment, a long word. What does that mean for the ordinary South African? And what does that mean specifically on my focus today is for women in law? What does that mean for them? Without any doubt, the politicians have taken us through the socio-economic conditions, land and the inequalities that still persist in South Africa. One cannot escape that our unemployment rate is still sitting at 32%. I believe it's a bit higher, but that's what the statistics tells us. And that our economy has only been improving at 2% year on year. Now, of course, that is a shocker for anyone who wants to ensure that BBEE becomes a success, because how does that dovetail with these statistics? Now, bringing that back to my focus and seeing that we are here as the UNISA Law Clinic and invited by the UNISA Law Clinic, I would like to hone in and narrow that to how it impacts the legal profession, and specifically women in law. Now, there's very little data on the economic slice of the pie for women in law in South Africa. We have reports that we can rely on. We don't have enough data. What we do rely upon are reports that are done on South Africa, not by South Africans, by other countries. And I cannot understand why that persists. For example, we have the Institute for African Women in Law, whom I support wholeheartedly, has given us a report in February 2023. And that report reflected on women in the profession in 5 African countries, and South Africa certainly formed part of that study. That report gave us shocking results that in the big 5 law firms, that at the highest levels, you would notice the marked absence of women at that level. So and then the other shocking statistic is that whilst women have advanced, and I'm talking specifically about legal practitioners here, have advanced in law firms, the representation, the equity representation, which means money in your pocket, still remains in the hands of a patriarchal profession. Coupled with that is that the study reflected on the bar, the bench, as well as academia. And you will be happy to know that the academics have progressed far greater in terms of their transformational charters in ensuring that gender representation is realized. So well done. And I'm sure that applies to UNISA as well. The bench sits at 42%. So lots of work still to be done. The bar, poor results. Still very, very much male dominated. So going back into why it was necessary for the Legal Practitioner Council to respond and ensure that it comes out with a legal sector code was specifically to hone in on those key issues. How do we ensure that our legal practitioners of color, specifically those who have been disempowered, remains in the profession, and how do we make them part of that economic pie? So prior to the establishment of the Legal Practice Council, the Law Society of South Africa, which is not a regulatory body, undertook a transformational charter to ensure that we comply with the BBEE or triple BEE codes. When the Legal Practice Council came into effect, it then sat down and created this legal sector code. And you will know that in terms of BBE, there are 7 elements. Well, I showed 5 with my hands, but there are 7 elements. The one is ownership. The second is management, is equity. And then you've got skills development and social responsibility and so forth. So the legal sector code was then, had gone through a rigorous consultation process with the profession and various stakeholders. That code then was made gazetted in July 2022 and invited comments by the public. It's currently sitting with the Department of Trade and Industry. I don't know why it is stuck there. I understand that there were opposition to it because the legal sector code proposed, for example, weighting to those 7 categories on a much higher weighting than that considered in the BBE codes. And I think that is where a lot of the issues seem to be held up. Pro bono services as well, skills development. In those categories, the legal sector code responded by saying, we do not, we do not accept that we will merely comply with the minimum weighting thresholds stated by the BE codes. We believe that as a profession, we need to increase it and make it wider. Now that's wonderful. And I say it's wonderful because it brings us back to the commitment that South Africa has made towards 2030. And you know what that commitment is, the Sustainable Developmental Goals. 3 are key to me. The one is SDG 4, which talks to the well-being, sorry, not the well-being, equal education. Mr. Memani, you talked about education earlier. And why education plays such a role. Because if you are changing the mindset of people to understand the value of, for example, skills development and mentoring, and ensuring that women and men are then accelerated to key leadership positions, we will then have that cultural shift. The second one, yeah, I mentioned the one with regard to education. The second one is gender. I've spoken a lot about gender. You hear a lot about gender. I do not need to go into it. And discrimination. We come from the apartheid past. We understand the equality, the inequalities. We know where we want to be, but we cannot get there. And the money still remains with only 15% of the population of South Africa. It has to change. The politicians have said it has to change. Now, how do we move from having the best policies, the best legislations and codes to action? It is incumbent on each and every one of us. And if I look at the example of this law clinic, it's a brainchild of the Legal Aid Act of 2017. And tying that in with SDG 16, which is the rule of law, access to justice. We have certainly, and I think of all the institutions within government, the judiciary system has ensured that it has met that SDG. What does that mean for the ordinary person? It means that they have access to justice. When you have access to justice, you can access your rights. And if you can access your rights, you can persist in ensuring that you get a participation in that economic activity. So I do believe that the legal aid system is the star of government. And as a lawyer, I am extremely proud to see the level of services being rendered by legal aid. Yes, we do know that there is room for improvement, and in its 2025, 2020 to 2024 plan, it has certain strategies in place to ensure that there is a safer society and an equitable society for South Africa. So in conclusion, it is incumbent on us to ensure that the BBE does not become a tick box exercise. It can never be, because then we'll all be failing and we will be, in fact, regressing. I thank especially Mr. Advocate Morota and Ms. Namonde for giving me, I see my sign is up and I still had so much to say, but as I get paid for the minute that I'm actually getting paid today, I will be brief. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Um, I'll give to Mr. Michael. Ms. Parker states that there can never be a real economic empowerment without deliberate empowerment of women, and also without a transfer of means of production to the majority. So I'll give to the lawmaker, the current lawmaker, to share the view in terms of the economic empowerment of South Africans in relation to the triple BEE.
Thank you. I'm actually going to speak from sitting down because I'm a reluctant politician. So I must just tell you, I'm sitting here in awe. First of all, I am sitting right next to my boss, who was the one who appointed me in the first place to be the Labour spokesperson for the Democratic Alliance, and I thank you for that. I don't think I've ever thanked you for it. But we remain good and solid friends. Thank you for that. I also sitting here in front of Judge Desai, who I think, when I think back, I think he admitted me initially when I was initially in the early 80s, admitted as an advocate. And I think you admitted me, so you put me uh, on that nasty path. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. I'll hold it instead, um, in with a smile on my face. But I removed myself from the bar very quickly thereafter. And I'm also sitting here with Ms. Parker, whom I've known for many years as a fellow practitioner. She's a better practitioner than me, so if you have a problem with law, go to her, not me. So thank you for inviting me. I'm happy I've been invited. I'm very unhappy with the topic. I'll explain why. It is social engineering. Social engineering has not worked ever in the world. I can take you through some perfect examples of social engineering, but before I do that, let's admit one thing, and I think every speaker said this. Triple BE has not worked. It's failed. The topic says 20 years. I'm telling you, it's in fact 30 years of triple BE, and it's absolutely failed. And why? We have a black government, we have a socialist government, we have a government that has got a stranglehold on just about everything. It's failed. And we need to actually unpack why it's failed and whether we actually need it. What we really need is to increase the cake, and I'll explain that just now. What we do need to know about affirmative action. Affirmative action was the cornerstone of apartheid, wasn't it? It was there to affirm the Afrikaner in this country. It worked. It worked for the few. Triple BE has worked for the few. There's some very wealthy black entrepreneurs in this country, including our president, who's one of the, he's a multi-billionaire. Come on, he's a multi-billionaire. Where did that come from? It comes from triple BE. Where did that flow to? Is the man in the street got any wealth from that? I can promise you not. So when we look at affirmative action worldwide, we started many years ago, but let's look at Africa. Let's look at Uganda. What took place in Uganda? People were poor. There was a big Gini coefficient problem. And what happened? What did Idi Amin do? He implemented triple BEE and he threw out the Asians. He threw them out of the country. Go and have a look at history. See what happened. They were the small businesses of Uganda. They were building up the economy. They were thrown out. They went back to wherever their ancestors came from. The economy absolutely collapsed. Uganda was a pit, an absolute pit. What everyone's talking about here today, what I'm listening to, is still in support of just that Ugandan experiment. Do you want to go and destroy small businesses? They might be white owned, they might be Asian owned. Be careful. Be very, very careful. What has happened in South Africa over these past 30 years? The Gini coefficient has increased. Okay, so you've removed some Afrikaners and you've put black men in their place. But has that helped the people? Not at all. Absolutely not at all. We're living in a small world. What do small businesses do today in South Africa? They don't invest in themselves. There's been an investment strike. That investment strike means that they take their small amount of money and instead of improving and increasing their businesses, and I deal with small businesses every day, at least 10, 15 small business every day. When I say to them, you can because I don't know what the future holds. What are we trying to do in this country? Are we trying to take the economic improvement class and push them out? It doesn't make any sense. What happened with the Nazis? The Nazis had triple BEE in a different form. They wanted to destroy the Jews, the Catholics, and the whatever, and the disabled. What did they do? They destroyed them, pushed them out. The economy was good for about 2 years, and then it absolutely collapsed. That was the Nazi ideology, was affirmative action. A forerunner to apartheid. That's what it was. So what does the ANC come here for? They introduced that same ideology. The ideology doesn't work. And it's all very well to say, let's redistribute land. Come on, folks, wake up. Who's the biggest landowner in this country? No, the PIC, the Public Investment Corporation, owns 70% of the land of South Africa. Take KwaZulu-Natal. Who's the biggest landowner in KwaZulu-Natal? Come on, tell me, the whites. No, it's the king. The Zulu king owns almost 80% of the arable land in KwaZulu-Natal. Why has that not worked if that's what we want to do? Let's redistribute the land, give it all to the king. It's madness. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. What we saw, and maybe people over here should go and read the Zondo Commission. I know it's a very thick book, but it's worthwhile reading. I've plowed through it. What has happened? What has happened is simple. There is a class of people, never mind whether they're black or white because they're mixed, there's a class of people that have landed up as the recipients of triple BEE. They've used the legislation. You cannot have legislation to legislate the people into wealth. It doesn't work. I was speaking a little bit earlier to Muzi, and I said, oh, it's all very well to say, let's get political power, and then we'll have wealth. That doesn't work. Remember Kwame Nkrumah? You should all remember, your students. If you're a political student, you'll understand what Kwame Nkrumah did. He said, and I quote, seek ye the political kingdom and all else shall follow. And he did, and he got the political kingdom, and then the country collapsed. Why? Because the entrepreneurs left. They need to be left alone, and they don't. So social engineering does not work. What we need to do is look at what does work and bring that back in. And I go to education. So there Muzi's right. There you're right, Mr. Parker. And I'll tell you why. If you've got to create wealth, the only way you can do it is through education. It's the only way it can be done. So what did Germany do? Germany collapsed after the First World War. How did they spring back again within a mere 25 years? Why was Germany the powerhouse of Europe? 25 years later, just before the Second World War. Why, after the Second World War, Germany was worthless? It had been bombed to nothing. The people were bankrupt. How did they become the powerhouse of Europe today? What is the secret? Shouldn't we go to those examples in South Africa and say, let's look at people who have been successful like Germany, and why can't we create it here? We are a better country than Germany. We have better people, we have younger people, we have more arable land, we've got minerals, we've got wealth, we've got everything in this country. Why can't we emulate Germany? Well, it's quite simple. Germany has a dual education system. Every single scholar has to, first of all, has to be at school, and they empower the schools with majority of their fiscus. Every single scholar has to go to school, and every single scholar at the age of 11 or 12 is then put into dual education. In other words, they've got to learn a skill. So let's say Michael wants to become a lawyer one day when he's big. We know that Michael's not going to be a successful lawyer because very few are. What do? We take Michael and we say, listen, you've got a bit of skill here in woodwork. We're going to train you from the age of 11 to be a woodworker as well. And that training then comes in good stead one day if I'm a failed lawyer. Isn't that the real essence of it? You know, a friend of mine she went with her two kids, a German woman living in South Africa, went with her two kids, visited Germany, two kids across the road to go buy an ice cream, and they got arrested. Why? Because the policeman heard them speaking German to each other, arrested them because they weren't at school. The mother had to go and bail them out saying, we South Africans, sorry about that, but we're here on holiday. And the point is the schooling system is so carefully monitored. And that's why Germany today is the powerhouse. Let's look at education. It's the hard yards. A government looks for the easy solution. The easy solution is let's enforce affirmative action. It doesn't work. Look at the employment equity legislation we've had for 20 years in this country. Employment equity is a miserable failure. Everyone agrees, every single political party, including now the ANC. The bottom line is we need people that are fit for purpose, we need people that are educated, and we need people that can actually do the job. It doesn't help to have cadre deployment so we can have our own triple BEE. It doesn't help at all because you put that person in, it's not their fault. They get put in, they get a good salary, but they can't do the job. No one's trained them. No one's educated them. That's not their fault. It's the fault of the politicians. And it's the fault of a lot of this thinking that's in the room right now that we need it. We need to make the education secondary. Let's actually rather use more effective legislation and make employment equity more harsh. So what's the Minister of Labour has put in new regulations to ensure that affirmative action can be properly implemented. But when he looks back and he sees 30 years of no hope, does it make it better to make it harsher? No, it can't. It absolutely can't. Yes, we need progressive tax. So those that earn more pay more. We must use that tax in the right place for education. The bottom line is, since the advent of democracy, the Gini coefficient in South Africa has got worse. In other words, the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. Why? We're under a black socialist government. Why is the Gini coefficient getting worse? Answer that, because if you think we can just make harsher legislation and it'll get better, I can promise you otherwise. It's quite simple. If the cake is shrinking, which it is, the economic cake is shrinking, it doesn't help to get a bigger slice of a smaller cake. What we need to do is actually grow a bigger cake. And the only way we're going to do that is through education and hard work. Our constitution is a good one. Our constitution doesn't call for affirmative action at all. What the constitution says is fairness, equity, and we must treat everyone the same. Every real equity is giving everyone the same access to the same education. That's the bottom line. I'll finish off now with a small experiment that was done at Harvard about 15 years ago. Harvard University is a reasonable university, not as good as UNISA, but they're a reasonable university. They had an economics master's class, and the professor said, who believes in socialism? And most of the class put their hands up. He said, all right, I understand that. We'll do a small experiment. When the first test was handed in, some of the people got 80%, some of the people got 10%. He said, we'll start the test now. The second test, everyone got 65%. That's true socialism. That's good. The third test, marks came out and everyone got 10%. They said, what happened? And they said, those that were working hard said, we're going to get 65% anyway. Why do the work? And so they didn't do the work. Those that could do the work weren't getting the decent marks. So everyone landed up with 10%. The whole class failed because he then normalized it like what we're looking for in a triple BEE. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. You cannot legislate for wealth. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thought-provoking views. very different from the rest, but it's good to have different views so that we're able to yeah, engage properly, teach each other, and learn old thinking ways, and then proceed with new ways. So we'll give 5 minutes, 5 minutes. eh? Okay. Are there any questions or inputs? I'll just take 4 hands, being mindful of the time. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay, we'll also take online audience. Will just notify me if there is anything. Yes.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Reverend George Mulubati. First question I wanted to ask is that this country, in terms of its external history of law and the internal history of law, has still left South African indigenous law behind, because you have the Roman Dutch law in this country, you have the English law in this country, and there's no way we can speak about a unified South Africa, because law is not unifying or unified, because we've got 11 languages in this country. Only 2 languages are dominant in this country, governing us. Even now, I'm speaking this to show that's the truth. That's one thing that maybe UNISA Law Clinic can begin to look into this and solve the problem. Now, the other second thing I have really concerned about is the way in which we are looking at the triple BEE. But we forget that this was not the plan of President Nelson Mandela's dream, what says that I fought against black domination and white domination. I cherish a free democratic South Africa where every person can live freely and have peace and also have social equal opportunities. That was the unifying dream, which has been thrown out of the window. But also you forget the problem that the affirmative corrective action came as a result of the CODESA negotiations, in which 1992, 17th of March, was a very serious problem, looking at this white referendum that had a very powerful white referendum manifesto, which was actually, as it were, ushering the African nationalism superiority because of their own so-called, identities that are intertwined with the divine nature of God, and everybody else is the devil's. So they had to make sure, and they had to make sure that this country politically is free. I wish Mr. Ruth Mayer was here, because he was so powerful in articulating this when I spoke to him about the Quadesa experience. So right now, we don't know where does the triple BEE comes from. We speak as though it was planned by the new government. It was not part of the plan of the new government. It was a reaction of the new government to FW de Klerk, who seems to have known when is he going to die, because he comes in and he says, I'm sorry for party, then he's dead tomorrow, the following day. And we forget to go back and redress these issues. So for me, what I'm really asking for is, we need to find a solution for South Africa. We cannot be polarized society as we have been, and it has been mentioned by the speakers. We need to bring South Africa together as one country. We don't need
Thank you very
we
much.
don't need Africans. We don't need to be white. We don't need to be colored. You don't need to be Indian. You don't need to be an African. I'm not an African. I'm not black. I'm a South African, and that's how we should
Oh,
be fair.
yes, no, thank you very much. Number 2. Yeah. So we took 4 hands, 3 hands. I'm going to be very strict. This time is not on our side.
Greetings to the house at large. The name is Mbasa Menziwa, Central SRC of CPUT. And I am really concerned about the education view, simply because what South Africa needs, it is indeed an uncommodified education that promotes humanity on the expense of commodification. A simple example. If ever I'm, for instance, a lawyer who also understands that perhaps one or my neighbor is being accused of a certain case, and therefore I know that that person is indeed innocent in terms of that case. So I would rather allow that person to go through the horrible conditions on the expense of me as a person who knows who knows the law and who can in fact assist that person. But then if ever that person has not come to me as a client, then I will not offer that help. But then South Africa on its own and the African continent, indeed, we need an educational system that would promote humanity on the expense of commodity. You understand? Hopefully that point is clear. Thank you very
Yes.
much.
No, thank you very much. Can we stick to, because now I'm afraid that we are going to talk about other things. We hear your points and all that, but can we stick so that we don't lose the gist of this session? And then number three is the lady there at the back. Yeah.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Solomzi, and I'm a student at Stellenbosch University studying a degree majoring in philosophy, political science, and economics. So, my question is for Mr. Maimani. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but the entire gist that I received from the Jobs and Justice Foundation was to basically disrupt the system of capitalism that we're currently seeing in today's society. But I think capitalism begs to differ in the argument that you're trying to make because unfortunately, capitalism strives in our neoliberal society. And I think as a result, you've mentioned that the green economy is being introduced into our society. But I think capitalism comes into play because now it's going to take that green economy, and I would like to liken it with a wolf in a sheep's clothing, you know. So I think maybe my question is to ask, now that you've mentioned that environmentalism and green politics will be something that is introduced, what makes the Jobs and Justice Foundation different from people PEE, you know? I think I'm saying it right. But what makes it different in that sense? Because at the end of the day, going that you're mentioning that, okay, we need to open all these gates, but unfortunately, not everyone can be a business owner, and not all of us can actually have businesses, you know? Because I'm thinking now, if all of us were to have businesses, what happens in a case of economic crisis, you know? So I think that is my question. What makes it significant from triple BEE? I thank you very much.
Right. Advocate Nebota. Yeah. His hand is up. No, no, no. Advocate. Yes.
Inputs are all submissions that question. But I would like to take this opportunity to. I thought you'll ask this question. Musi talked about uh, your investment fund to grow business development and all that. Vis-a-vis state bank, why will you advise or take a route of investment fund other than establishing a state bank? Because with the state bank, you can manage the monies of us here, our salaries, our small monies into one, and then use it to develop business within the society. Why investment fund other than a state bank? But two, I just want to address Michael. You state that we can't, wealth cannot spring from politics. But I put it to you that wealth springs from politics. That is why you see other countries, where first world countries, colonizing other countries, taking their wealth to go and build their own economies, to develop their own people. So that is they take political decisions to take that. Therefore, you say education, we can get wealth through education, build the economy. But also, you can have your education, but if there is no political decision to develop corporations, where are you going to work with your own education? You need that political decision to be taken in that parliament so that jobs could be created, those whom are educated could get, employment. So it's quite misleading to say that in order to grow our wealth, our economy, we don't need politics. We need politics. It was a political decision that there must be an apartheid in this country where you know, the riches of this country were concentrated to the few minority and exclude the entire minority. Resources which were, you know, gonna feed and serve everyone were limited to a very little minority. That was a political decision. You go to state-owned companies, NERSA, NEXA, ESCOM, you still find Afrikaner males without education who are in the top positions there because of a political decision taken to deal with Afrikaner poverty in this country. So it's quite misleading that politics, we must manage politics if we want to grow. Everything is politics. I just wanted to stretch that point. For example, you say our constitution is beautiful, but those rights in the constitution are meaningless. If I'm a black man staying in Guguletu, my rights are meaningless, even though they're enshrined in the constitution, because I don't have means, I don't have economic power to can enforce those rights. Those whom have economy to protect their rights, to enforce their rights, well and good, they will embrace the constitution. But a man is killed in Guguledi, the family cannot do anything about it because they are poor and therefore they don't have means to enforce that right to life enshrined in the constitution. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. Because we are behind schedule, I will not open another round. If it was my program, I was going to open as many rounds as possible. But because here we have a program that we are operating on, so I'll give panelists just 1 minute each, just to wrap up, so that we can go to the next session. So I will start. Yeah, Mike. I will start with just Ms. Parker, the inputs that were made, and questions, and your closing remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those. Some were input and some were questions. Just to answer the last, in respect of the last question, not yours, Advocate Morota, um, the this legislation gets its mandate from the Constitution. It's written in there in the Constitution. How are we going to realize these? How are we going to address the inequalities unless we put something in place? Now, fair enough. Perhaps this legislation on its own is not going to achieve that wealth distribution. And perhaps we need to look a little bit broader. But it is a step in the right direction. I believe so. And I say so, and I specifically by honing in on the legal sector code. I made mention of why the legal sector code decided to depart from the low threshold set out in the generic code. And I give you but just two examples, if you will allow me. In terms of the skills development, the draft legal sector code, which is applicable to both attorneys and advocates, sets higher targets compared to the 3.5% set in the amended generic codes of good practice by reserving 6.5% in the first year, 7.0% in the second year, and 7.5% in the third year. Now, the LSC, the Legal Sector Code, has added a sub-element in its code targeted at the training and tutoring of Black junior advocates for 40 hours per annum. That's little. 40 hours per annum. Divide that per month, and you see it probably comes to less than 2 hours.
Thank you very much.
And then lastly,
As we could wrap up.
just in terms of the indigenous law, I'm a proud student of indigenous law at UNISA way back in 1988. And the lingua franca. We are responsible for choosing English as the lingua franca in our courts. And we see some courts, there were some judgments written in isiXhosa, and that's wonderful. And I think as legal practitioners, we need to continuously force that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Michael.
Thank you. Just to answer the one question which was directed to me, I don't agree at all. And I'll tell you why. And I'll give you a little example of what happened to me a few years back. A fellow, I retrench people when factories are doing badly. We retrenched a fellow. He took his package. He bought himself some equipment. He lives in Khayelitsha, and he set up a little workshop in Khayelitsha. And of course, as an informal business, he employed three of his friends, and they were doing reasonably well. He had to dismiss one of his friends who became a drug addict. That friend went to the bargaining council. The company wasn't, well, the company, the employer wasn't registered with the bargaining council. They arrived and gave him a 40,000 Rand fine. That's government for you. He phoned me up and he said, "You were the guy that retrenched me. Now give me some legal advice. What can I do about this?" I said, "There's nothing you can do. The fine is properly calculated. That is correct. You want some advice from me as a friend rather than a lawyer?" He said, "Yes." I said, "Close down your shack, move 2 kilometers to the north, open up another shack, employ the same people again, and start up under a different name." He phoned me up 2 years after that and said, "We're now employing 15 people. We now want to go legal." I said, "Fine, now you can do it." In other words, less government, less regulations, leave the people. We've got innovative people in this country. Let's get off their back. Let's stop regulating them to death. And that's what's happening. So I strongly disagree with you. Less government, better economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Musi Maimani.
I think I'm due another minute because I was asked two questions. So if I can bargain for more, that'd be great. I think I want to just address just the one point. Michael, I don't think anyone is engaged in a project of social engineering because of the evils that have come with what you've described. But I think all of us must recognize that if your state is incapable of being able to steer its economic prospects, it fails. I'll give you a few examples. Southeast Asia and the Asian tigers have come together to build capable states that have done some very deliberate things to move them up the wealth curve. Some of them being appointing ethical leadership into government. Much of them has been about identifying economic opportunities all over the world. Today, you and I, you are uh, you are young enough to remember Panasonic, but Panasonic is no longer in the country because the state made a decision deliberately to say we don't want Samsung and Panasonic competing in the same market, so we're going to make different decisions. So I think if you recognize that principle, then recognize this next one, which says, if I'm going to put a BPO center in Khayelitsha so that it can employ young people to work there so they can develop, if I as a government don't use a jobs and justice fund to put digital infrastructure there so that there's proper cabling, there's safety in that community, and I break down the spatial legacy, none of it is going to happen. So I think we need to be clear what we are trying to direct to, but you don't have the funding often for such initiatives because and then I want to come back to the question about this capitalism issue. I think sometimes isms lock you into a space. I want capital. Now, capital as a principle, all of us have got a form of capital. You might have social capital, you might have emotional capital, you might have financial capital. And what I'm trying to argue for is the fact that I meet too many entrepreneurs that don't have the financial capital. Help those people. Because then you stop a person from employing just 15 from Khayelitsha, let them employ 100 and 200. That's why I argue the case that they've got to be able to take goods not to be consumed within Khayelitsha, but to be consumed elsewhere. One of the problems with triple BEE is that often people qualify for state contracts. And then what happens is that they only service the state and only benefit from the state economy, which is only a fraction or a fifth of the broader economy in South Africa. So how do you have those people springboard from there to participate in a 5 trillion rand economy rather than a 1.3 trillion rand budget that will be tabled next week? So we got to rethink rethink those. And I think capitalism is reorientating itself around issues like ESGs, etc., and all of that social investment. I think banking, and I want to wrap it up because problem with banking at this point in time, and this is an important discussion. I do think the PIC has acted in some ways as that conglomerate of the pensions of the people of South Africa as a bank in some ways. Once you create a state bank, unless you are going to shield it from the current laws that are applying for the rest of the banking community, it is not going to succeed. And we've already got via examples like the land bank, etc., who have got multiple variants of this issue. And I think the future of banking is going to be different. I think the biggest competitor to banks today is ShopRite Checkers, for example. You can go there, operate. There's a different model that operates in banking. Kenya are trying out new models, whether it's through M-Pesa and multiple payment points. So I think for the state to try and compete in that market that's fast mutating is problematic. I'd rather go back to the question of a fund and really utilize it for the purpose of an infrastructure investment and augmenting the educational deficits. Because to the educational issue, I started at higher education, but our crisis often begins in primary schools. Now, in Dobsonville, when a child is in Dobsonville, why don't we fund collaborative schools there so that we get lodestars in communities where people can say, this is an incredible school? Because at this point in time, you stand on the highway in Dobsonville and you watch the taxis leave to take kids to X Model C schools, which does not help their livelihood. What we should rather be doing is building centers of excellence in townships so that kids are able to learn, work, and play closer to home so that it benefits their psychological state.
Well, thank you very much. I'll give to Mr. Notwala.
Thank you. I just want to say quickly, I mean, I think we all agree education. I don't think anyone disagrees with education, but education alone is not going to do it. If education alone, why do we have poor graduates? Why do we have graduates that are suffering from depression, from mental health? Because they aren't able to create wealth. And so, as much as we all agree and need to emphasize education, it won't do it alone. And therefore, BEE, the right way of implementing BEE is needed there. But I also wanted to talk to, I think, the point that was made about which I would frame around nation building. I think we must not make the mistake of thinking that PEE is about black supremacy. That's not what it's there for. It's not about black supremacy. And unfortunately, when we are to talk about black economic empowerment, we have to talk about race. It says black economic empowerment. Therefore, we have to talk about race. We have to talk about the continuous white economic empowerment that is skewed. Those are conversations that they might be uncomfortable, but apartheid was engineered. It was engineered. And for us to undo it, we have to engineer or re-engineer apartheid. And therefore we have to we cannot build a nation without dealing with the issue of land, unfortunately. We cannot have nation building without dealing with the issue of land.
Thank you very much. Triple BE has not worked. We need other ways such as land redistribution and all that. No, thank you very much. I'll give to the second session.
As you go down the stage, can you please just come through to the podium side for a very quick picture? You can stand next to the lady. Just with all the panelists, please. In the which one's okay? In the meantime, while the panel on BEE is taking off, we thank you once again, and I'm going to ask that the next panel speakers without trying to dim the spotlight on what is happening at the moment. So I'm going to ask Judge Desai, Ms. Connie Pakedi, and Prof. Angelo Dube, who is part of the next panel and connecting on Microsoft Teams, to please come to the stage. Ms. Connie Pakedi and Judge Desai. Yeah, you'll talk the thing, yeah.
So I'll come to the podium, to the.
Please get Prof to do. There's an echo though. Is Prof Dube on? But his video is not showing. There we go. So as we proceed, how are we going to work with that? Mute. I can't speak at the moment. How is it now? Thank you. So as we proceed, we know that on the 29th of December last year, we as South Africa approached the International Court of Justice in respect of the alleged violations by Israel. So the next panel made up of Ms. Connie Pakedi, who is a legal practitioner all the way from Gauteng, who also serves as acting judge. Dynamite does indeed come in small packages. And then we also have retired Judge Desai, who has requested to please present from the podium due to he explained to me what happened with his knees, so he's just asked that to present from where I'm standing. And then we also have Prof. Angelo Dube, who is a professor of international law and director of the School of Law at UNISA. So sorry that you are sitting alone. I will come and join you on the red couches. But we are going to hand over to Prof. Dube, who is joining us virtually. He will begin with his 15-minute presentation, followed by you, Ms. Pakedi, and then the judge to conclude. But what we want to hear from this panel is, what was the merit? Was there any merit in South Africa approaching the ICJ, taking such a bold step, as well as the motive that is being spoken about around aiding a foreign country when, as South Africa, we have such huge challenges of our own which remain unresolved? And then thirdly, is there any negative implications to this bold move that South Africa has taken? I am going to hand over to Prof. Dube, and let's just test if it works. Hear you, Prof.
Sentiment continues to imprison our people to this day. They don't want to know what has happened. As long as Israel is in the fray, pray for Israel. Loud. If you say Israel, no, just loud. And you ask yourself, what the hell did Christ come to do if you still have to pray for Israel? If Israel remains chosen, why are you calling yourself a Christian? Now, and then this idea that it's important to take it serious. Is for that. The African Union, what is its role in the Israeli case? Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah, yeah, more than one. Oh, you really smart. So, just the thought for you. There you go. Good morning, everybody. My name is Connie Pagedi, as they have already introduced me. I am originally from the province of Northwest in a village of Taung. So if it wasn't for UNISA, I wouldn't be standing here today and introducing myself as an attorney. My journey in the legal profession has been a very interesting one. I remember one day I was presenting with Advocate Tembeka Ngugaidobi SC, and he stated that the difficulty growing up for the majority of Blacks was not having a role model that looks like you. So I'm here to tell you, my 2000s, my 90s, yes, yes, where's your inspiration? Whatever dreams you are pursuing, don't stop, don't end where you are. There is so much more that you can achieve. So today I am under so much challenge after listening to Professor Dube, but I'm not going to take the route that he has taken. I believe that this case, we have many ways of looking at it. For some of us, the case that South Africa referred to the ICJ is a political case. For some of us lawyers, we know that from a human rights perspective, what South Africa did was the right thing to do, particularly guided by our own constitution, which guarantees the right to life. We all know what happened between Israel and Palestine. There's a long history between the two countries. We all know that the oppression is ongoing. We saw what was happening to the women, the children. So personally, from my point of view, I submit that we need to applaud the ANC government or whoever was behind the decision to take this matter to the ICJ. Whether they were being a populist government, whether what they were doing was to serve selfish interest, we need to also take into account our own history as a country. You will recall that we have only been free for 30 years, but this country is old. So you can imagine for a very long time, ourselves, we can relate to what is happening in Palestine. It was still the international community that was making a lot of noise for the apartheid government to let go and to allow us the right to vote, the right to education, the right to housing, and so many more rights, which we have not yet even achieved as a country. But I think on that perspective, from the human rights perspective, I would applaud the country for having taken this matter forward. We all know also the judgment, the ruling came. This case was in two parts. So the ruling only relates to interim measures that were given by the court. It's not really on the merits. Experts, media, professors, and everybody has argued that South Africa will not be able to prove to the court that the acts that they complained about to the ICJ, they qualify as genocide. Because as you all know, the only way for us to establish jurisdiction, according to the papers that our team submitted, was only on, I think it's Article 9 of the Genocide Convention. So as Professor rightfully pointed, I believe that had South Africa maybe introduced the principle of Ubuntu to that court, things would have been different. But you need to know that Ubuntu is a principle that is applicable in our African and South African concept. You do not expect somebody in Israel, the way they labeled the Palestinians. I mean, we know the message, we were all watching how the presentations were made. So I don't think even that court, as divided as it was, they would have been able to give credence to our principle of Ubuntu. But in any event, I believe that from the human rights perspective, what the court ordered in this interim measures for Israel to be ordered to say they need to go back to court within a month and report back on what steps they have taken to ensure that Palestinian people, women and children, they have access to water, they have access to electricity, they have access to health care. I believe that it is the right, we are in the right track. Should it happen at a later stage that we are unable as a country or our legal team is unable to convince the court that indeed the acts that they are accusing Israel of having committed, they qualify as genocide, I think that is another issue for another day. But for now, I strongly support and I am very happy, even with the legal team. If you check the legal team that we took to ICJ, we did not take South African government. Not long ago, Advocate Ngugaito BSC was against government in court challenging them for their failure to ensure that we have adequate electricity in the schools, in the hospitals. That was a lawyer litigating against the judge, I mean the government. We had Advocate Dupree, Max. Not long ago, he was also in court challenging the same government to arrest Putin when Putin comes into the country. We know that some 2 years ago, the same ACJ found South Africa guilty of their failure to arrest, was it, who's that, the guy who came? Bashir, yes. We failed. So I strongly believe that in the international community, the stance taken by South Africa from a legal perspective, it was it was a good stance. We are 30 years into democracy. Yes, one might argue to say, why are they even bothering with international crimes when we ourselves are struggling? We have the majority of law students who graduate every year from the same university, but they don't have employment. It's hard to get them to get articles. So we have our own challenges, but I believe that our challenges, we should not be using them to overshadow the difficulties that were faced by the people in Palestine. After the court ruling was delivered, we have had many feedback from experts because others are saying the court did not order immediate ceasefire from Israel. All that the court ordered was that Israel must take measures to make sure that some of the complaints which were brought by South Africa are complied with. I still believe that it is victory. As we said, the court has not decided the matter in finality, but for the court to refuse to dismiss the case as per the Israeli prayers. You will recall that Israeli just went there and say to the court, no, there's no such. We are not committing acts of genocide. South Africa does not have jurisdiction. South Africa does not have local standing in this court. And the court did not agree with them. The court agreed with our case. So I believe that from that perspective, whether what the court ordered was to say immediately cease fire or not, the judges are not foolish. The judges, when they make judgments, they make those judgments in context. We must recall that it was first Hamas who attacked Israeli. So Israeli, even though they might come later and say we are defending ourselves, but we believe that their measure that they used excessive force. I mean, it is reported that Hamas had killed 1,200 Israelis, but they killed 27,000. So many people are displaced, women and children are being killed, and all of that. So I believe that we shouldn't be more focused on each and every prayer that our lawyers presented to the court. What we should be happy and what we should be excited about as South Africans is that even though there's so much corruption in our country, 30 years later, there's nothing that we have achieved much. Our government still shows respect for the rule of law. It would have been a very bleak, it would have painted a very bleak picture had we been found guilty, as we have been found guilty of our failure to arrest Bashir by the same international court. Then we sit down and fold our arms, the same way we did in the Ukraine Russia war. We did not do anything. And I believe that had we also, maybe to show consistency, supported either of the two, Russia or Ukraine, in their fight before the same court, the same way we did now. But these are different cases. Although the war affects everybody, if there's a war in any country, children, women are the ones that will suffer the most. Because I can just imagine, I mean, what we have seen, they will kill a father, a mother, and leave 2-year-old alone. And still they did not, the army, Israel armies, they don't allow aid to go into Hamas. The Gaza Strip is such a small. So this case, I believe that we need not personalize it as South Africans and say, this is what they should have done, this is what they should have done. We should be willing to learn from this to say, when it comes to human rights as a country, our constitution is the most beautiful and glorious and celebrated across the country. We should be at all times be able to uphold our constitution, regardless of on which side we are on, because the International Court of Justice exists for such. Yes, it is presided over by judges from different countries, and these judges are voted into that court. But every judge, before you take up your role as a judge, you take an oath of office. Hence, we have seen that there is a judge from Uganda who was dissenting from all these orders that were made. That shows you that although she is an African, she's a woman, she should be able to understand as much as I do the plight of women and children, but she still felt like, no, Israeli, I don't know what were her reasons, I haven't read her reasons, but that just shows you that judges are always impartial. Judges are always guided by the rule of law. So for that, I believe that we need, from a human rights perspective, and from the legal perspective, without entering into the political mud, I believe that we should applaud the South African government for the stance that they took and for taking this matter forward. Whether they will pass in Part B of this is another issue. We will deal with it at a later stage. Thank you. You're gonna come.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Let me just say immediately that I concur with both the previous speakers, my learned acting justice, and I agree with Professor Dubey. Although I must disagree with Professor Dubey in one respect only, and that is when he criticized my former Chief Justice. I may agree with him, but I can't say so. Thank you very much for the incisive comments that the two speakers have made. For me, it's been a long ride on this issue because I was an advisor in some sense of the word. I spoke to many people in many occasions as the case was pending. And you know, at the very beginning, the very different points of view that emerged on this case. In the beginning, some people said we got no chance of winning. And at one stage, we almost believed that there was no chance of winning because that court, unlike, I disagree with you in one respect only, that is highly political court. And they sometimes differ for odd reasons. And we were, at some stage, we were debating which countries should go with us, not which judges, which countries should go with us. The judge president of that court, the American woman, has a record of always voting against the people of the world, following the dictates of the American government. Look at her record. The last few cases she decided upon were against the people of Africa, actually. So we're worried about her. We're worried about some of the other judges. We had a fight with Morocco. And one of the judges was from Morocco. So we thought he'd vote against us. And then Russia had its own problems with Ukraine. So we are doubting whether they'd abstain or vote on the matter. So on the count of votes, we were looking at the majority, but not the clear majority we got. But it was a triumphant moment, not simply for us, but for international law itself, that we won, because the judges decided the matter strictly on the facts before it. There's no extraneous influence. And I can tell you this, that extraneous influence in that court is not something new. We know, we have personal experience of that. In the South Africa case, when South Africa won in The Hague in the 1980s, there was a judge called Sir Zafrullah Khan, and he was the judge from Pakistan. He fell sick the day the voting took place. And then South Africa got a one judge majority. South Africa won the case with one judge majority, and the judge was sick. That same judge came to visit apartheid South Africa, and a Pakistani. He came to visit South Africa a year later. I approached one of my senior colleagues then to come to the party, and he told him he simply refused. He said, I don't want to meet this judge. So, you know, the court has been subject to manipulation in the past. The problem here, though, is this, and in our favor. This is the first live, ongoing, televised genocide in world history. We see it going as it happens. We see it being passed off as it happens. And we know, everybody, you can't deny the fact that women and children are being murdered. Buildings are being bombed. People are dying under the rubble. You can't deny that's not in dispute. The facts are not in dispute. Even the genocidal intent is not really in dispute because they don't deny they said it. Leading government officials, you don't have the general of the army saying so. Political leaders say things at times. The suggestion that the Amakal reference to, I may say it wrong incorrectly, Amakal, Amakal reference to the Bible. That reference was totally misplaced in this instance, but was used by the Israelis to justify their actions in killing women and children. So, you know, I don't have to go through the detail of that. So we were facing a situation of that sort. But right at the beginning, there's also the problem, theoretical problem that we had, because, you know, and a few of you may know this, that from the hard left, as we call it, there was the view that this court represents imperialism, that it advances imperial interest. That comes from a long time ago when Mr. Vladimir Lenin was still alive. He referred to the League of Nations as a den of thieves. And since then, the progressive world has been afraid of the United Nations because of all the wrong decisions it made over the years. So with the people who confronted me actually and say, you're an old lefty, but you're supporting this case. We were waiting on the balance that we're going to succeed. And we were right. That the vote wasn't a vote by a few votes. It's a complete vote. And the only people objecting was the Israeli Ahud Barak, the Israeli advocate, the judge, and our friend from Uganda. They were the only two judges dissenting. Otherwise, a unanimous vote. It was unanimous because of the first time in the history of that court was honest. It saw the evidence. It could not deny the evidence. The evidence was overwhelming that if it had to find against us, it would go against the rule of law internationally. It would challenge the existence of rule of law. And we would have challenged the rule of law. As judges, we knew that the evidence was overwhelming. And that to find against us, we would attack the rule of law itself internationally. We have been doing so over the years, but could have been more open about that. So that was what the rule of law was about. But even the question, they tried to explain it afterwards. You know, the court made a finding that it was a plausible explanation that Israel was committing genocide. Now, the plausible word plausible wasn't an explanation. The word plausible was the word from the act. They decide interim orders. We would say in South Africa, is there a prima facie case? They say, is there a plausible case of genocide? And the evidence was overwhelming that there was a plausible case of genocide. That's why they made the findings they did. They could not find that there is a case where there's all out war, like Russia was at war with Ukraine. These are not two countries at war with each other. There were differences also in how it was being conducted. There's an understandable debate as to whether there was a basis for a finding as a lawyer, not as a politician. I would say that there was some basis for a doubt. So whether we could make a complete finding of genocide. But I have no doubt whatsoever, and I'm friends with most of the lawyers. Luca is my friend. Tebeka is my friend. I don't know Adila that well, but I know the both ministers. So we discussed it quite often that we will win the case. We will win the case because the evidence is overwhelming. The evidence can only lead to one conclusion, that there was a deliberate attempt at genocide. Whether it's complete or not, that's for history to show. But it was a triumphant moment for us also because the grant of the order tactically and strategically placed Israel on the back foot. More than that, it put Genocide Joe on the back foot. To those of you who know what Genocide Joe is, it's Joe Biden. We call him Genocide Joe. Put Genocide Joe in the back foot because he then has to decide upon his continued support of Israel. He's got an election pending. He can't alienate the Israeli lobby. But what he can do is he can stop funding or stop the funding or do something to that effect, but to create problems for himself in his own country. So, and he's hell bent on supporting Israel, whatever happens. But now he has to question that because, you know, after the Nazi war, there was Nuremberg trials. And if Israel collapsed, there's no reason why Netanyahu or Joe Biden or Blinken can't be put on trial for war crime. They are participants in war crimes. And we would urge that they be indicted for war crimes. Now, the problem, though, for the war crimes is this. The International Criminal Court is something different to the International Court of Justice. There, the prosecutor decides, very much like here, whether there is a case against an accused. You may not know this, but the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court is a Muslim guy. And he has decided repeatedly not to indict Netanyahu. He belongs, apparently, I don't know whether it's true or not, apparently he belongs to a sect of Islam that has a headquarters somewhere in Israel. But those are rumors. I don't know whether that's true. But if it's true, it would make sense. But he himself has made no decision whatsoever. He was very quick to indict Putin. But it's taken him almost 3 months to even consider an indictment against Netanyahu. And that can only be brought by as co-signatories to the. We can't take Netanyahu to court there. We can ask the prosecutor to take him to court. So there are all these ongoing problems that emerge from time to time. But we must remember that, the old saying, it's true, victory is certain. And in this case, victory is entirely certain because they're on their back foot and they're going to remain on their back foot. We all know Hamas was here. And what did they say? They say, we're not surrendering. We die, but not surrender. And a war to the end is a war to the end. That's what they're proposing. And I believe that they will do that. Whether whoever dies, how many die, that's another issue altogether. But it doesn't justify them killing me. So that's the issue that we must decide. Ultimately, the long distance, the case will also succeed because the factual evidence is there. The video recordings are there. The shots that people take are there. TikTok is there, and the oral testimony of people who are still alive is there. People who give you testimony and then die. Those are evidence that be admissible in evidence. She tells me it's 2 minutes. I'm just beginning my speech. But thank you very much. Let me say this. Thank you very much for inviting me here. You gave me a subject that is very special to me because of the interest I have and the role I personally play. But it's also, I was a bit scared. I thought the audience would be against me, but it seems it's not. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Is Prof still connected? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much to our speakers. So one thing that is rare is lawyers agreeing on a conclusion. We may arrive there differently in terms of how the panel presented it. We have a perspective from a researcher. We have the perspective of a judge who was part of the advisory committee of the legal representation that represented South Africa in this case. We have a perspective of a legal practitioner who is also an advocate of human rights. So we arrived at the conclusion differently, but I think the consensus is that South Africa's stance was correct. That does not mean that that is everybody's view. So we are going to open for questions. Are there any online questions? I will start with online questions, and then only jump to the floor. Once again, we are going to take only one round of questions in this regard. No questions on Microsoft Teams, so I'm going to open to the floor to see if we've got any questions or very short remarks. We've got one lady with the braids, and then we've got the gentleman in the blue shirt, the lady in white, and the gentleman in the blue shirt. In that order, can we please pass around the mic?
Can you guys hear me properly? Okay. I am Naledi Mafetile from CPUT, FFFC. So with South Africa taking a visible stance against Israel as we are for Palestinians. Now my question is South Africa abandoning its non-alignment policy that it has been using as an excuse as to why it didn't side with Russia during the Ukraine war, or it doesn't side with anything and will remain a neutral country? Because now with South Africa visibly siding with Palestinians, and it is a right decision on a humanitarian point of view, but now we're also on an economical point of perspective. Now it's going to come to a point of we will be cut off eventually by the main Western powers. So now my question is, do we still think as South Africans, was it that okay to take that decision as of now? Also with the same as BRICS, the countries in BRICS are not visibly siding with Palestinians as we have. So now it's also with the thing of we are also risking with the BRICS situation that's happening as we try to be a powerhouse as a South African country. Because at the end of the goal, the South African government is the main aim is to make South Africa a first world country and be a visible powerhouse in the entire world economically and everything like that. So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Sis Naledi. Is your question directed to anyone in particular? Open to the members of the panel. Judge has volunteered to answer your question. Should be interesting. Can we also get the gentleman?
Good afternoon, everyone. I think it's after 1 now. My name is Vukile Mandas. I am the student of this beautiful institution. I'm doing my third year in LLB. My question is directed to all three of our panel. I think as we follow up the case, we have seen that our legal team has produced evidence to this Israel case, and it has proved that Israel has contravened humanitarian law and 4 principles of Geneva Conventions of 1949. Now, my question is, from the legal perspective, or let me bring this statement first. Mayor Hakati once mentioned that the judges are capable of making decisions and have an ability of deciding, or making good judgments. But my point is there, judges are capable, they have an ability, but when they are captured, that ability and capability is being paralyzed. So my question is, will Israel and all other Western countries take us serious as the jurisprudence of South Africa pertaining to the judgment or the proceedings of the case? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we pass the mic to the next speaker, please? It's the lady with the white shirt, the EFF hat.
Thank you very much, Director, for this distinguished EFF beret. My question is actually directed to all the 3 panelists. It states that what are the socio-economic implications, investor sentiments, and relations with the Western countries for South Africa as it pursues its case as the International Court of Justice against Israel? How might the outcome of this legal action affect South Africa's attractiveness as an investment destination, its diplomatic ties with Western nations, and its broader positioning within the global geopolitical landscape, particularly in relation to human rights advocacy and international law adherence? Thank you.
Thank you. And we have the last question by the gentleman in the blue.
Just a little response to Professor Dube, that Christianity is not part of Zionism. And I am a Christian, and I'm a very radical left Christian who rereads the Bible. I don't at all subscribe to Zionism. We have Zionism in this country. Africa suffers, and the other countries are suffering as a result of Zionism. And Joe Biden is actually at the head of it, and the Eurocentric so-called European countries sees itself as a 13th nation, 13th tribe of the nation of Israel. But also we need to, in the issue of the war against Ukraine and Russia, South Africa does support Russia, and it also understands the politics behind supporting Russia because it knows that the issue is all about gas. And NATO is interested in making sure that it destabilizes Russia then you can be able to have Ukraine on its side. So that was a very good way in which South Africa didn't say anything about it because they know the politics behind what's going on. But also the very most important thing we need to know and take home with is that we are not Zionists. So therefore, there's nothing we can say to the Zionists because we are the opposites. We are not as fully human as they think they are, and we're not as fully even in terms of being the creation of God. We are not the creation of God, we're the creation of Satan. Arab countries are cursed, Egypt, Africa, and even the North and South America, where the native Americans were pushed out of their own country so that they can come in and take over. So we have a serious problem in the world in that we will never get justice because we are not Zionists. If we were Zionists, they would have treated us with respect because Zionists treat each other like that. Joe Biden said in his own statement that that Zionism is beyond the state of Israel. So in other words, if the state of Israel is no more, Zionism continues. And this is the problem we have to deal with.
Thank you. We just missed the hand of Ms. Parker. She's got a question as well. That'll be the last question.
Thank you very much. Just a question to all three panelists. In your view, do you believe that the word ceasefire is embedded in provisional measures 1 and 2? Thank you.
Thank you. So only one question is going to be answered by Judge, unless you want to summarize the view. Okay. As judges do.
Sorry about that. Yeah, Ms. Parker, the word embedded is a bad word. I don't use that word embedded. We have collaborators embedded in our, but you're not one. But the word ceasefire was not granted because technically they couldn't grant ceasefire. One could argue the other way. But there are two parts of that order that are important. The one that says they must not commit any further acts of genocide. And secondly, that they can't what do you call it? That they can't block the supply of goods to Israel. The last order, last part of that order. So effect of that is the ceasefire is if you can't fire onto the people and you can't and you can allow food and other resources to come in, the war effectively ends. I just want to go again to the speaker, very eloquent speaker who spoke about Zionism. I agree with you entirely. I mean, I have some idea about the politics underpinning it, and Zionism certainly is in Christianity. And I agree with everything you say about that. That's a central debate as to what underpins the ideological thinking of Netanyahu. And that Zionism is not your Zionism. But that's Christianity is not your Christianity. I agree with that, absolutely. The first question that I've dealt with, the Russia question keeps up coming up. You see, it's not a question of neutrality, actually. Objectively, Russia is our BRICS partner. Russia is involved. Expansion of the EU would would put Russia in a very awkward spot. What Ukraine was doing is expanding its ranks into Russia. EU was expanding its ranks into Ukraine, thus shortening the space for Russia to operate. I'm just trying to find the best way. Somebody put it nicely, yeah, but I don't think it's a neutral position. We support Russia, but we don't support the war, obviously. South Africa made it clear it doesn't support the war, but it doesn't mean that it opposes Russia or supports Ukraine either. What was the question about the interdict? The third question. Oh, how it would impact economically upon us. That's a difficult question because it's difficult to predict what will happen. You see, the US can't really start embargoing us because that means that the trade route to the Atlantic Ocean is cut off. Remember, we are in the middle of the world. So they have problems with regard to, they don't break all ranks with us. They need us as an access to the east, especially if there's problems in the Suez Canal as there is now. So there's least likely that the US will intervene. There's also their own position in the US. There have hundreds of thousands of people, both in Washington and in New York, on the streets supporting South Africa. So it's unlikely that they will attack South Africa more than that. But other countries in the world might take positions, but they're not really significant partners. South Africa has taken a step forward that is creating a new trading bloc, new trading partners with BRICS. They also have a legal sector already in place. So that will be a conference at the end of the year in Moscow, of all places. So, so that's still an ongoing process. Did I leave out anything? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll start with my colleague, but you have read the orders again. Ms. Parker, when we look at was directive to Israel because they are ordered by the court so that they must take measures within their power and means to prevent the commission of killing members of the group. We know that is Palestine. They must stop causing bodily injury as stated in the convention. And paragraph 2 thereof, it says, the state of Israel shall ensure with immediate effect that its military does not commit any acts prescribed in one above. So it's just that I think, we are being smart with language to say the court did not say ceasefire. But where the court directs you and say with immediate effect, it means from the date of the order, you must stop everything that you've been doing to do what is complained of you doing. And then in respect of economic challenges, comrade, I don't think the international community should take this matter that much far off. Remember, South Africa approached the ICJ complaining that as members of the convention, together with Israel, we have a duty to ensure that both ourselves as South Africa and Israel, we prevent genocide. So I believe that whatever other countries don't want to do business with us, they'll be naughty unless they are not part of the genocide of the convention. But everybody who's part of the convention, they have a duty. It could have been any other country that signed the convention, which could have approached the ICJ to say that this is what Israel is doing, and we view the actions of Israel as genocide. And then the other issue related to the capturing of judges. You will all recall that during the State Capture Commission of Inquiry, the former president, Jacob Zuma, I agreed with him on that principle, but I don't know why it was never pursued. Zuma was against the term state capture because he was saying the state is formed by three spheres. We have judiciary, we have the executive, we have parliament. So once you allege state capture, you are in essence saying judges are also captured. But for some reason, that argument was, I don't know what happened to it, but I was interested in that because I believe that we need to know as a country, do we have judges that are captured? We need to know because we litigate before the courts every day. And in my practice as an attorney, it is in the best interest of my client to know that I'm appearing before an impartial judge. I need to know that cases are decided on merits. So I would like to believe that all judges, they take their oath of office seriously. Yes, I don't believe in South Africa we have captured judges until the contrary is proven. I don't know if I have answered everybody. Oh, Professor Dube, I'll hand this to you. Thank you. And thank you for a beautiful presentation, Prof. Can we unmute Prof? We can. Muted. Okay. Powerful. Thank you. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you, Judge Desai. Thank you, Ms. Pakedi. Thank you, Professor Dube, for that powerful presentation. I think we are all here. Firstly, there are a few of us who are here to absorb, but also we are also here to take from the panelists. And I just want to thank you, even though we are speaking in agreement and we all reach the same conclusion. But I think it is important to acknowledge or rather to emphasize what Professor Dube is saying. And they made their points differently. And the point that I have taken so strongly from Professor Dube is as a country, we should not allow ourselves to be bullied. And, you know, he's reminded us and stressed so much that we as South Africa need to take ourselves seriously because it became so clear from this whole case that we are not being taken seriously. Ms. Pakedi, I want to thank you also for very calmly disbanding the fact that we are guided by emotions. You emphasize that the actions of South Africa in approaching the ICJ were guided by human rights, which is a principle that we as South Africa rely on so heavily. To Judge Desai, I want to thank you for the perspective that you have brought in the room as well. As an advisor, as a person who was part of this, you have stood so strongly on this point, apart or besides being heavily criticized for your stance in this topic. If you follow social media, if you follow Judge, you will see how much he was criticized. But despite all of that, he has taken a stance and spoken about the legal principles, no emotion, no personal views. It's legal principles that guided, and it just reflects how much work went into the preparation of the case. So we want to thank you for that. As you descend the stage, we are going to do what we did with the previous panel, just a word of thank you. Yes, photo and then presentation of the gifts. Prof. Dube, you will get your gift via courier. Colleagues, thank you. So far, we've come to the halfway point of our program. And as you can see from the program that you have in front of you, we have very colorful topics coming up next with very colorful panelists. So we also understand the room needs a break, and I'm sure our legs, our tummies also need a break. So we have prepared some refreshments. The ushers are going to usher you into the room where you will be having your refreshments. It is 13:22. So can I ask that we are back in the room at 2 o'clock on the dot? Then we are starting with the next panels. Testing. Afternoon, colleagues. I hope we are all rested and refreshed from the short break. We are on our way to the end now, and I think the networking can continue because it's people coming from different disciplines, different departments, different provinces. So it's a good opportunity to network. But I think let's finalize that at the end of the proceedings. So up next, we have our third and fourth topic, which we are going to combine in the interest of time because we are targeting a 3:30 finish. So the two topics overlap quite a bit. So we've decided to combine the two, and then the panelists will speak on what they've prepared. We will entertain questions on the topics combined as we have been doing. So I'm going to start calling our panelists onto the stage. I'll start by calling Dr. Wandile Kasibe, who is the Western Cape Provincial Speaker of the EFF. Kindly ascend the stage as we call you. Mr. Akolile Nokyala, who is the Western Cape Provincial Convener of Rise in Zanzi. We are also going to call Ms. Azania Kiali, who is representing PAC. Then we also have Ms. Jordan Peters, who is the founder of Cape Youth Collective. As seen from the program, we are now going to head into the proposed budget cuts on critical sectors of government ahead of the SONA tomorrow, and as well as the budget speech that will follow after that. So like I said, we are going to combine these two topics with the new dawn of South Africa post the 2024 elections, the prospects of a coalition government and its possible impact on society. So we will start with Ms. Peters, who will take the podium and speak or give us an address, 15-minute address, as the previous speakers have been doing, on your view on the proposed budget cuts. I think it's going to be an interesting topic, and prepare yourself for questions, a lot of questions from the crowd when it comes to that. And then we will follow with Mr. Akolile, followed by Dr. Wandile, and then Usis Azania. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me here today. So I need to move. Is that okay? Nope. Okay. Great. So my name is Jordan Peters, and I would say that today I'm standing here as a disgruntled, disillusioned, hopeless young person. And I was actually asked to reflect on the proposed budget cuts that we're expecting during SONA and the budget speech. And I was asked to specifically focus on NASFIS. So I am very glad that the topics have been combined because, you know, while I appreciate that UNISA is a institution of higher learning, and the disaster of NASFIS has severe and urgent effects across the sector,
But as a young person, and I think possibly the youngest person on our lineup today, I am, I think, unable and possibly even unwilling to only discuss NASFIS in relation to young people and the budget cuts. And there are various reasons for this. The first is that only a small amount of young people in this country are actually in tertiary institutions or institutions of high learning. It's actually a very small percentage. And I think that the hopes, the dreams, the future, and the dignity of those who are not in institutions of high learning is also important. And we do not speak about it even remotely close enough. So, usually we see the panic discussions around youth unemployment when, the latest figures come out, and the very half-hearted speeches, during Youth Month. Youth must lead, the youth is the future. But outside of those moments in time, young people, especially young people who are not in tertiary institutions, are not even spoken about. The second reason why I think that a focus on one topic such as NASFIS is difficult is because young people and even NASFIS beneficiaries do not exist in a vacuum. Even when political parties, try to appeal to young people, they use education as the only kind of, platform. But young people also experience the cost of living crisis. Young people are also experiencing the housing crisis. Young people are also experiencing the collapse of our political infrastructure and a crumbling state. Young people are not just in institutions of higher learning. And the third reason, and perhaps the most cynical reason why I find these kind of topics and conversations very difficult and even aggravating, is because we've had these conversations already. Many, many, many times already. And I was both a NASFIS beneficiary when I was at university, and I was also a part of Fees Must Fall, and I see some comrades here today as well. And if you remember, in 2016 specifically, we begged, we pleaded, we demanded, and all of these things fell on deaf ears. We pointed at the collapse of NASFIS, at the corruption, at the incompetency. Proposals were even written on alternative funding models for higher education. We were categorized as silly children who just didn't understand. And so all these years later, when we're talking about NASFIS and people are talking about an overhaul of the system, I can't help but think, well, if you had taken us seriously all those years ago, how much further could we have been by now? And this wasn't just, tertiary institutions, it was also government and also society at large. We were getting calls from our own parents, people in the church, people in the mosque. Civil society was calling us hooligans. Why are you guys burning down your universities? And now look, now we're still fighting the same fights all these years later. And I think that something that also really troubles me is that when I hear, and especially recently in the media, NASFIS has been a topic of conversation recently again because of all the different issues that I'm not even going to get into. But what strikes me and what really troubles me is that when people talk about NASFIS and the crisis of NASFIS, it's often through the context of they're going to protest again. It's not about the dignity of NASFIS beneficiaries. It's not about students going hungry. It's not about the humanity of these students. It's about, oh no, they might protest again. So NASFIS needs to be fixed because we can't disrupt the academic year. So we have, many old problems and no new solutions and no new faces. It's the same thing over and over and over again, and same people over and over again. So, as we know, the issues in NASFIS is reflected across government at various levels as well. The greed, the corruption, the incompetence, the list honestly goes on and on and on. And for me personally, I think that government employees, when they are hired, and this is honestly my belief system, but I feel like government employees, when they are hired, and they go through their onboarding training, I think they need to do a course on Black consciousness, because I think we need to start looking or rather analyzing the issues in our society as a Black consciousness issue. Because corruption happens across the world, right? But why is it that it's our schools that don't get built? Roads in our villages that are not paved or built? Why is it that the dignity of Black people and Black children are so easily discarded, not cared about by Black government officials? It must mean that there is possibly a lack of love for Black children and for Black people, an inability to see Black people as human beings deserving of dignity. Because why else would they care so little, give so little, and do so little? So, how we ended up here is a long and sordid affair with many villains and spanning over hundreds of years. I think that we spend a lot of time talking about the situation that we're in, and oftentimes it's from a very historical perspective, because I think that we're an ahistorical people. So we forget the lessons that have been taught, and it's not passed on to the next generation. But I am a person of history, and a lot of my activism is invoked by the historical context of Cape Town, and be it colonialism and the effects that it still has in our people, be it apartheid and spatial apartheid, that still is very clear to anybody with eyes to see. And I was reading this book, and it's a reflection on the political movements of the 80s. I'm a very big UDF fan. It's written by two people called Tom Lodge and Bill Nassin. And they give a detailed analysis of what propagated the revitalization of civic society, and the defiance against apartheid in the 80s. Because you must remember, the way they tell the story of apartheid is through a very ANC lens, right? And it's Nelson Mandela and Oliver Tambo, and they kind of like miss decades in between. And so this book gives a kind of description of how civic society was revitalized in the early 80s. And I will say that because we are not a historical people, even though this happened in the 80s, this information has not been carried on to the next generation. And in the work that I do as well, and I'm going a bit off topic here, but in the work that I do, I work with children from across Cape Town, marginalized communities, and I teach history. And oftentimes, I'm the first person telling these kids information about their own communities. We don't talk to each other. There's no intergenerational conversations happening. So we are bound to keep going on the same hamster wheel because we are not learning from the lessons that came before us. And one specific lesson that I found very interesting in this book that I was reading is two factors or major causes of this revitalization of civic society. And for those who are not aware, it was the UDF and the mass movement that really caused the state of emergency in the 80s. It was the school boycotts, and that kind of led to our country being ungovernable. So this is very important for us in this very specific context that we're living in right now, where we have been failed by politicians who have made so many promises. And honestly, I was listening to some of them earlier today, and I was like, "Ugh, I've heard this before." But Tom and Bill highlight in their book two specific instances that really kind of propagated the revitalization of civic society. The first is there was an economic recession that started in 1983. So this caused higher taxes, burdening the poor, mass job cuts, high youth unemployment, rent hikes, etc. So all of this sounds very familiar, I mean, to anyone who just looks around them. But the second major contributor to the shift was young people. So the school boycotts, as I mentioned, of 1980 to 1981 specifically involved 100,000 school children from high schools across South Africa. There was also the organization of unemployed young people and young workers through youth congresses situated in their own communities. I actually also just very quickly wanted to read a quote from this book that really kind of highlights this. So he says, without a doubt, it was the youth, university students, school children, and unemployed young people who provided the cutting edge of political radicalism in the 1980s. Young Black South Africans experienced an extraordinary political ascendancy, for it was their actions that broke the silence of the older generations. So, in closing, I see that I'm running out of time, but in closing, I want to say that, I started off saying I'm very hopeless, very disgruntled, and all of that is true. I'm voting not because I believe that any political party has capacity to change the crisis that we're in, but I think that when we look to the future of South Africa, we need to stop looking at these people on podiums, but we need to look to our left and our right, and we need to look to the young people in our communities. And to kind of just circle back to what I said in the beginning, we must stop, I guess, assuming, and it kind of contradicts what some of my comrades were saying earlier when they were talking about education. Education is, of course, important and it is the key. But then how is it that we have so many graduates unemployed or exploited in the workplace? What we need to focus on as young people is how to organize ourselves and how to fix our own communities, because nobody else is going to do it for us. And to go back to the lessons of history, the young people who came before us in our communities, they organized themselves and they ended apartheid. Young people ended apartheid. Never forget that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the second bite and good afternoon. And yeah, thank you to Jordan. We do some work sometimes together, and we've worked together in some projects. I'm gonna try not to be very long because I did have a first bite, so that I can allow the other panelists to have some time and allow for a conversations and questions. On the budget cuts, I mean, I think one, the budget cuts are not only wrong, and I think we must be honest. To the point that they are going to be now, they're not only wrong, but they are criminal. It's what will happen is criminal. The fact that we're no longer going to have doctors, particularly in townships and the Cape Flats, that's criminal. The fact that this is going to cut into the safety budget in terms of policing. And again, I'm not a big advocate of hard-handed policing, but we already don't have detectives that can properly investigate crimes. We have an organized crime problem in the country. And therefore, if we are not going to be able to have money, to have the resources to train detectives, that's criminal. If the Department of Social Development is going to have less staff, and we're going to continue seeing our grandmothers and our grandfathers queuing outside in the cold, that's criminal. And I think we just must say it as that. And it is as a result of the current governing party and the current governing parties. And I want to keep on emphasizing that, because as much as we might have a governing party in the other 8 provinces, we have a governing party here that also gets funding from the national fiscus. It goes to the province, it goes to the city. And we need to be able to interrogate when that money comes from national government, whether it's full or if it's cut, where does it go when it gets to the province? Where does it go when it gets to the city? And that's important for us to look into. So understanding those issues of poor governance, those issues of large scale corruption, both public and corporate, in terms of corruption, that then contributes to these budget cuts. I mean, if we were to talk about NSFAS, I think We cannot continue to have people like Blaine Zimande as the Minister of Higher Education. We cannot. We know from, I was not necessarily part, I was close to the struggles of the comrades that were involved in FISMAS 4. He and the others that he is in cabinet with have always had and continue to have an anti-poor outlook in terms of how they govern. The corruption and the reported corruption in NSFAS must be dealt with. And by not Blade, he needs to step aside, and some other people have to deal with those things. There are things that we also need to speak out against. Tomorrow is SONA. That's waste of money. That becomes a fashion show for politicians. It's just about fanfare. It is a waste of money. We were able to listen to the president on TV during lockdown levels. Why do we have to continue wasting money? These people are transported coming from all these other provinces. This is money that should be used for these basic necessities that we are talking about. So that whole fanfare and that whole fashion show is a problem, and it must stop. So if we don't call on those things, these budget cuts are going to continue because we waste money on things that are useless, that are not helping us, that are not helping the people of. Though this thing is happening in Cape Town, majority of the people in Cape Town don't get to benefit with whatever happens with SONA. I think that also helps segue and maybe start to talk about this issue. I didn't really prepare that much about coalition governments because it's important in relation to what is happening as well at the national level, at the provincial level, but also at the local level. There's been quite a lot of engagements and people that have spoken and make submissions around the budget at the national level, primarily NGOs and civil society. The majority of us don't get to engage on the budget. The budget is ours. It's our money. We need to be deciding what that money is spent on. But we aren't able to engage on those things because one, it's deliberate that we are closed off on those conversations, but also we don't get the chance to understand what that means. How do we engage with the national government, with the national budget, which is trillions of rands, the budget at the national level. In order for us to get there, we need to start at a very local level, at a very basic level. Can't just engage with trillions of rands without being able to engage with, and I'm sure many of us may still not be aware, that ward councillors, at least in the city of Cape Town, get an allocation of 1 million rands for their wards. So if you start to engage with that, then you get your way up. Engage with that 1 million rand budget and engage with your ward councillor how that money is spent. Then you engage with the billions of rands. The city of Cape Town's budget is close to 70 billion rands currently. This financial year, it's probably going to be around 70 billion rands. But you don't engage with that. And therefore, the people that are there, the people that we have elected, get to decide where that money goes to because we are not engaged. And so those are things that we need to start engaging on. That means when we move towards coalition governments, which is also not a new phenomenon in South Africa. The first government, the first democratic government, the government of national unity, was a coalition government. The ANC didn't just govern alone. It was a coalition government. Since 1994, 1996, when we've had the first local government elections, we had coalition governments, and we've had coalition governments up until now. The only problem began around 2021 because we know the mess that Joburg is in. We know the mess that some of the metros that are where there are coalition governments have been. But just because of that mess, it doesn't necessarily mean coalitions in general are a problem because we only started to talk about now in 2021, and this is a phenomenon that has existed. There's also international examples of where coalitions government and how they work. because now we are moving towards that at the national level. And the one thing that I want to say, that this is important for our democracy. It's important for our growing, maturing democracy. Coalitions are not and should not be about partnerships between political parties. That's where the problem becomes. The multi-charter party or the moonshot pact, that thing, that's a partnership. That's not a coalition, because when you are in partnership, you want to see eye to eye. You want to work on things. But a coalition is about governance, shared governance, and being able to hold each other to account. So when you're not in partnership, if Rise in Zanzibar were to go into a coalition with another party, it's about those parties holding each other to account, not working in partnership and benefiting of that coalition on their own. And so that's what we need to understand. But we need to make sure that coalitions work better for the people. In order for them to work better for the people, we need to participate. We need to drive their agendas. The fact that Joburg has a 1% mayor, a party that won 1%, now Joburg has a mayor there, that's a problem, because the majority of people in Joburg didn't vote for that particular political party. It's our democracy, it's allowed, but we need to have a say, because we have decided that we wanted a certain political party. Therefore, we need to have a say in terms of participating in the governance of local government in the city of Joburg, where these coalitions work. And I think where it begins, where it has to begin, I'm going to go back to this issue of education in our education system. I went through primary school and high school, and I never got to engage around issues of government and governance in my primary schooling and high schooling education. Even when I got to tertiary level, before I studied politics, I studied mechanical engineering. That doesn't mean that because I want to be an engineer, I shouldn't be involved in politics, because everything around us revolves around politics. So curriculum at a very basic level, local level, secondary level, and tertiary level, we need to understand how our country works. We need to understand what happens in next year's elections. Many people are going to be confused because there's going to be 3 ballots now, and we don't know what that means. There's a provincial ballot, there's an independence ballot, there's a national ballot. We don't know how that means. We don't know what proportionality means. We don't know how many votes people have to get into parliament, even at the local level, with PR councillors and ward councillors. That's the basic type of education that we need in order for us to be able to engage on these issues. So we need to deal with those basics so that we can be able to deal with people like Blade Nzimande and hold them to account. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it is afternoon. Yeah, I won't be long. Usually I take long when I do these things, but I promised myself that I would try to be very brief. Where I work, I get paid to talk. That's how I draw money, to talk and talk to people. But I promise myself that I will be very, very brief. Thanks to my colleagues for reflecting on really these are really very important points that I think you have challenged us, I think, this afternoon. The issue, firstly, the issue of budget cuts, and then the possibility of a coalition. I want to start maybe with the issue of budget cuts. And the diagnosis has been made here that the issue around cutting on policing, cutting on education, social development, and so forth. But I want to present here perhaps maybe a different diagnosis. Almost suggests that perhaps the problem here is far deeper than what we need to understand or assume. I want to suggest that here that this is perhaps a microcosm of a much bigger problem that we're facing. That of a state perhaps that is unable to preside over the affairs of its citizens.
Because if a state is unable to preside over the resources that it's meant to administer in order to improve, the social and economic condition of its citizens, it means that we are facing an even much deeper crisis in society. And that crisis has nothing to do with the periphery. It has nothing to do with the margins. That crisis has something to do with the structure. It's a structural problem. And once you are unable to, to shake the structure, you will not be able to change behavior in society. Structure is an important tool through which you can change the way society behaves or the way people respond to how they are oppressed by a system. Now, if the current state or the current government is unable to, for example, to administer over the affairs through issues such as your NSFAS and so forth, and I believe that most of the students here who are on NSFAS, after you're done with your degree, there are certain debts that will have to pay off and so forth. We've gone through that system. I was there myself, but I won't say, which universities that I've studied at. But there was a time when I did my undergrad, I had to pay thousands of rands after my graduation. Now, colleagues that I studied with, white students, they didn't have to do that. It's a problem that it seems to me that it affects, it has, it has it's ihamba abantu line according to the skin pigmentation. So it's a structural thing. So it deals with us according to where you are positioned in society. And it has, of course, a history attached to it for those who know the history of this country. Now, the second, the structural, it's a structural problem. And this structural problem, we have people who are in charge of the system itself, but they have no political will to change the structure so that through changing of the structure, then we will have changed the social and economic condition of those people who are subjected to those, oppressive systems. So you have two issues here. You have a structural issue. You have people who are in charge. How many minutes now? So you have a structural problem on one hand. On the other hand, you have people who are responsible for these government institutions, but they have no political will to change the structure in order to change the economic and social condition of our people. So the problem is dual here. You have a double-edged sword problem. Now, Fanon, in his, pitfalls of consciousness in the wretched of the earth, those who have read Fanon makes a very, very important observation that what we're actually experiencing, you have a group of people who are in charge of systems. But this group of people, they have no interest in changing the system itself. The only interest they have is to make sure that they individually benefit from the system that have basically just mimed. If you know the mummification, when you keep the system intact, those who've studied, into the mummies, imam, you just make sure that you preserve the body so that it remains intact. So when the ANC took over 30 years ago, it had no interest in changing the structure. All what happened was the changing of faces and color. But the structure had to remain the same. In fact, this is the brief that they got from those who previously oppressed us. Keep the structure the way it is.
Because when you then change, when you then keep the structure the way it is, then you are able to massage over the feelings and sensibilities of those who were in charge of the structure before. That is the reason why the gentleman from the TA was so emboldened here, making certain claims, because he benefited from that structure that has been kept the same. He benefited from the system that was put in place by the previous government. He benefited from all those processes. That's why today he's able to speak boldly, undermining processes that are meant to redress the imbalances of the past. So now, the challenge now that we are facing is this NSFAS in its current form, is this really a model that one can begin to adopt in order to address the issue of funding of education in this country? In 2015, I'm glad here I have comrades who are the co-founders of the Roads Must Fall movement, the mother of all movements recently in South Africa, because it raised an important question of the structural issues. How do we change the structure? How do we stop from tampering only with the margins, but raising structural questions around how do we decolonize processes of transaction in this country? How do we begin to introduce education that is decommodified in South Africa? Because the question was, what about if you are brilliant but you are unable to enter into the education system because you have no money? Your parents come from the bundus. Your parents come from a different kind of a background that does not allow you to have monetary, upper hand, enter into universities such as UCT, your UWC, your CPUT, your VETs, and so forth. What happens? You are a brilliant student, you are a brilliant young man, you are intelligent, but you don't have money. You don't have money because your parents come from a poor background themselves. So your issue is not just a generational issue, it's an intergenerational issue, and it cascades down into the structure of how you are positioned in society. These are the issues that we're dealing with here. So that generation had raised that question quite sharply to say we need to raise issues of decolonization. And then, of course, later in 2015, Fees Must Fall came, raising the question of the decommodification of education in South Africa. So when we raised this point, the question was, what happens with NSFAS? The answer was, you scrape, you take NSFAS out of the question, and people must go and study for free. There must be free, decolonized, quality education, not some secondary form of education. It must be decolonized. It means that it must use tools of analysis that could also be found in Africa. It must use Africa as a point from which we profess. We analyze society. It cannot be that we always rely heavily on Western scholarship as if the continent has never produced scholars through whose tools we can analyze the rest of society. So that was the question. Now, the issue now is, I have 5 minutes, I'm told. The issue now is, with the structural problem, what is to be done? What is to be done? And I'm going to throw that question at you. I'm not going to answer it for everyone. I'm throwing that for the discussion. Now, briefly leaving this, coming to the issue of coalitions, possible coalitions. As the EFF, we said, look, you don't contest from a mentality of wanting to get into coalitions. We contest here so that we can be in charge. The reason why the Democratic Alliance makes the point to say people should not vote for the EFF, you know why? They say if you vote for the EFF will do exactly what they say they will do in their manifesto. They're right, they're correct. You put us in power today, tomorrow we return land. We deliver free education. No, We're not discombobulated. We're not confused about it. They know. That is why they declared us enemy number one, provoked. Sinhlelele, we're minding our business. They said those ones are enemy number one, unprovoked. So we're very clear. And we cannot even talk about issues of education outside of the context of land. Without land, we are no people. Without land, we have no place that we can call home. Without land, we cannot even analyze society itself. Land becomes the point from which we talk about politics. So one of the things is, how do you deal with the issue of landlessness, pariahness, which is the question that drove Lucky in 1913. Lucky goes with his delegation to the Queen of England to say, hey, Kubi, kumkanikazi siyacela nje khawusibeke noba at least usirecognizile. Umhlaba umkile, uPlucky ulala on Friday, uyavuka the next day, he's a pariah in the land of his birth. But that thing was passed, it was passed on, uyalala namhlanje ngolesine, umthetho, you are a citizen of South Africa. The next day, umthetho uphasiwe, you are no longer a citizen of this country. You are a pariah. So you are a malunde. You are a homeless. You are a homeless person in the land of your forefathers and forebears. 2 minutes. So this is what we are dealing with here, comrades and colleagues, friends and foes. So we are dealing with that problem here, a structural issue, and we're dealing with people who are in charge of system but who have no political will to change the structure, so that through changing of the structure, citizens or ordinary people or the oppressed, the wretched of the earth can benefit from the structure it being changed. The second issue, the issue of land, it cannot be suspended any longer. The issue of landlessness, it cannot be tolerated any longer. The issue of people not being able to have a place that they can call home, it cannot be tolerated any longer. In the Western Cape, the Democratic Alliance, through the Western Cape Powers Bill, they are trying to create an autonomous state out of the Western Cape, almost to reinstate apartheid through what they call the Western Cape Powers Bill. That powers bill, it means that they can usurp the powers that are assigned by the Constitution to a national government. And when they do that, they are a step closer to defining themselves as a state in the Western Cape. The next thing, you're asked to go and vote for a referendum which will only have two questions. Do you want to remain in South Africa, or do you want the Western Cape to separate itself from the rest of South Africa? Those will be the two questions that will be on that referendum ballot. This is what the DA-led government, including, in fact, in collusion, not in coalition, in collusion. In collusion, FF plus. There's no EFF plus. FF plus. They are in cahoots with the right wingers to make sure that this project it manifests. And we're happy, that the people of the province have rejected such a bill and such a proposal. Now, the last issue that I want to say here is, we have difficult days ahead. The difficult days arise or are drawn from the following analysis. If people don't vote differently this time around, we will not blame those who were speaking from the mountaintop. As Martin Luther King would say, I have been to the mountaintop. EFF was saying, we have been to the mountaintop. The 7 non-negotiable cardinal pillars are a clear program that will take us to where we want to get to as a people. When I say black people, I use it in the context of Steve Biko. a black consciousness context, which includes, of course, Africans, coloreds, Indians, and so forth. That's how Biko understood, black people. So if we're unable to vote different this time around, then we will have difficult days ahead. In sitting down, Chairman, we must vote EFF. Thank you very much.
Afternoon. Let me first state that I am glad that UNISA is not under administration. Otherwise, conversations of this nature would not have happened. Or if they do, would have been told that they cost roughly 500 million. So we really are grateful for such platforms, I'm not going to tap into the issue of the cutting of budgets. The reason is because I believe some of my colleagues have touched based on that. Equally touched based on the issues concerning the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. I mean, these are old issues that we have been advocating for since we've joined tertiary institutions in this country. And considering that there is no political imagination whatsoever from the ANC insofar as the liberation of this country is concerned. Because if you invest more on the education of your citizenship, more especially your youth, which means therefore that you do have a plan of where you want to take your country. It does not necessarily mean therefore that education on its own is an end. It is, however, just a means to it. Because what we have been taught previously is that we can use it for social mobility and other things. But we have seen in this country that a large number of people are still graduates who are not employed. We see them daily standing on dropouts with placards, hire a graduate with their contact details. The most dehumanizing thing ever that we've seen since the dawn of democracy. It is indeed dawn, because that is what its purpose is. But mine is simple, right? It is to reflect perhaps on the prospects of coalition government and its possible impacts on society and in South Africa. I like the fact that somebody has touched on the base that indeed post the democratic dispensation or during the time when we are coming to democracy in South Africa, there was a coalition of some sort, which was between the then government and the government that we have currently, the ANC. I want to make note of the fact that perhaps, and of course, from the submissions that have been submitted to the House, that we can all fully agree that within 30 years of a democratic dispensation or whenever countries have been liberated throughout the history of this continent, we've seen that political parties that have liberated people, they lose power. But insofar as the question of whom do these political powers and political parties lose power to, it is not necessarily entertained. You can take, for instance, the case of Zimbabwe right now, under the leadership of President Mnangagwa, with people who are smuggling gold, but people are hungry and sleeping on empty stomachs on a daily basis. So those are some of the things that we still need to look into when we are really discussing this issue of power that is going to leave the ruling party. Because in hindsight, the fact that even on its own, it has these discussions and they're taking place within institutions of higher learning, it is indeed that we are going to have coalitions of government in South Africa. Probably for the next 20 years, I do not know. But this is what political landscape in the country at this moment dictates. Similarly, it is worth noting that there is, of course, the general desire that is characterized by our political landscape, namely the elimination of the ANC from power. I must make mention that these desires, of course, are characterized by our different existential positions. Precisely, the DA does not want to remove ANC out of power because it has the interests of the people at heart. But we know that the DA wants to assume power so that it can instill and enforce their racist agenda and their Zionist agenda. We've seen them in their response towards the atrocities and the genocide that is taking place currently in Palestine. Under no circumstances, therefore, do we want to repeat the mistakes of 1994. And if the removal of the ANC means a return to direct white colonial rule, then we should really look and interrogate the idea of electing better devil with all the contempt it deserves. Because this is the most critical moment, more especially for the left-leaning parties in South Africa. And of course, also an opportunity of consolidation to move as a compact and a solid bloc that will distract the right wing. This is how, of course, we can address this unprincipled marriage of coalitions and its impact thereof. I.e., as Uatolile, of course, himself has mentioned, you look into the case of Johannesburg and look into how the coalition arrangements have played out. They've proven nothing, that they are just a chaotic administration insofar as Johannesburg is concerned. You know, you go to other municipalities as well. I can name a few in Gqeberha and all others where there are coalitions. You know, however, there seems to be a new part, of course, that marks the end of a single dominated party government, as it appears to be undeniable that indeed, of course, in the next decades, it will be characterized by coalition governments. And of course, I want to make mention of the fact that Amika Cabral teaches us that people aren't really concerned about ideas, but food and material change. However, the very idea of who must eat and must not eat, it also rests primarily on ideology. Hence, then, we need a solid, consolidated left that will radically change South Africa, because South Africa needs to be radically changed. The most dominant discourse, of course, around the coalitions and the thesis thereof is premised on the fact that coalitions are seen merely as an existence for political parties to execute their plans of actions for service delivery, which is, of course, in most instances seen as a thesis, as an antithesis, sorry, to the long-standing colonial legacy in South Africa, because we cannot negate the fact that majority of our state and majority of our resources and the state is still much primarily controlled by the minority of this country. If 87% is still controlled by IPC or white people in actual fact, it must be therefore that how do we have an engagement that makes it a point that all of these things are returned back to their rightful owners. And the state is at the center of the administration of all of these things. Because what we have seen is the ANC and its inability, therefore, to understand and to fully implement how power functions and how power works. Right? So, in hindsight, what I want to bring to and what I want us to tap into and to think is probably around the question of redress, you know, because out of all the conversations that South Africa has had, there seems to be this naivety, or there seems to be this amnesia and the relationship thereof that we have with our history. Because there seems to be this constant wanting to negate ourselves from the colonial history of South Africa and its permanent legacies on especially black bodies in South Africa. By black bodies, of course, I'm using the bigger definition to refer to those that have been previously politically and economically excluded. And these are the people that are seated here today, currently referred to as the black, the colored, and the Indians. Right. So when we are speaking then of coalitions, the government must be able to then have this in mind to say that how do we then prioritize and put our people at the forefront, you know? Because when you are speaking of decoloniality and you are speaking of Fanon, he teaches us that in the most simplest forms of what decoloniality is, which is the first shall be the last, and the last shall be the first. Now we are in the context of South Africa and in the context of Africa. Who has been the last for the longest time? It has been us. Who has been the first? It has been the settler colonial, right? So when we are then changing things, we are saying, look, settlers, you have been at the center of things for the longest of time in this country. However, therefore, what we then want is for us who have been left out in the trenches and in the dungeons for the longest of time to be able to take the center hold. Here's another interesting thing insofar as this is concerned. Because if you understand the basic tenets of what democracy is, democracy dictates one, the rule of the majority supersedes the rule of the minority. In our context, the majority is black people, the minority is white people. But we've seen, of course, that democracy in this country favors only the minority. I say this precisely because the foundations of this country from 1910. I'm going to speak of the 1910, 1913, the 1980s up until now, because without us addressing the foundations of racial capitalism in South Africa, we are forever going to find ourselves having these conversations, speaking of how we can better improve the township. What is there to improve about the township? The most unethical thing. What is there to improve about the township? What is there to improve about Bonteville? What is there to improve about Manenberg? What is there to improve about Khayelitsha? Because there is this unethical relationship that we still have with our settlers. We still also maintain the separate development plan. What is beautiful and what I like the most, it is the fact that we are in a province, which is a better representation, therefore, of this separate development. So there seems really to be a problem insofar as our democracy is concerned because of the lack thereof of addressing these fundamental ethical questions. And if we're then going to address these fundamental ethical questions, at the center of those questions, therefore, it really must be the rehumanization of Black people again. Because in South Africa, it is permissible for Blacks to find themselves in the situations that they find themselves in, all different locations that they come from, And all of these existential crises, they all stem from how this country is governed and how this country has been governed for the past 30 years. In actual fact, I then argue that South Africa has not been governed by the African National Congress for the past 30 years, but South Africa has been governed by the settler minority for the past 30 years. Because majority of the policies in this country were nothing but a refurbishment of the policies of the apartheid government. Hence, in the earlier conversations, if you're listening today, we're speaking of the triple BE, beautiful as it might be in its basic conceptions, talking of property as and all of this ownership and all, it is beautiful in paper, But there's always this problem in South Africa. Things are always beautiful on this. The problem becomes the implementation thereof. Perhaps the most beautiful thing, once again, is the fact that this conversation takes place within the law fraternity. Because in most instances, there's this notion of thinking that the law is absolute, because it was also law that made apartheid legal. Perhaps, again, insofar as how law is interpreted in this country, we really again need to go back to what or how do we imagine our law? And how do we imagine ourselves being governed by that law? Because part of the problem has been the fact that Black people have been declared people that cannot govern themselves. And this is simply because of the ANC government. Because Black people are very much capable of governing themselves. If Black people were not capable of governing themselves, I argue South Africa would not have activists. South Africa would not have civil societies, because these civil societies are founded mainly on the fact that there are people in actual fact who have the necessary critical skills to analyze the status quo and to analyze our situation in South Africa. But again, as I earlier stated, that the problem of South Africa is the fact that we do not value or we do not want our education or people to be educated. Because insofar as the political landness in this country is concerned, it has been a deliberate thing by the ANC. Because immediately when you depoliticize your population, you are then saying to your population, be complacent to the issues that you find yourselves in. Hence today we're able to call ourselves the left and the right wingers, because there are still those who find or are still very much embedded or are still very much loyal in their liberal ideas, anti-Black as they are, racist as they are, exclusionary as they are, and anti-human as they are, and Zionist as they are, as the professor was saying. Because in actual fact, what we are experiencing is Zionism in this country,
So just to as a departure point or as a conclusion, in whatever that I was saying, coalitions in South Africa, in essence or in hindsight, they are a symbol of a failed government. But a failed government that had all the human power and the necessary think tank in the country to assist it insofar as taking this country to its envisioned end, whatever it is that they envision as the ANC. Because seemingly there's never been a vision insofar as to where are we taking South Africa. Because what we exist in today and what we know as South Africa, again, it is a marriage between the Afrikaners and the English. Hence, perhaps we still find ourselves not knowing whether are we liberated, do we still want to be liberated or not. It is because we are still living in an unprincipled marriage that was agreed upon by settler colonialists. So perhaps as a proposal to the law fraternity to say perhaps these engagements are most necessary and we should continue to hold engagements of this nature, but especially within the University of South Africa, as I believe that it has all people and from all walks of life, all ages. It is important that we politicize again our people, because from everything that we are and everything that we do, even the manner in which I speak, it is still very much colonial. Because, I mean, our education is still not decolonized. So how I do and how I think on its own is still very much founded on these ideas and these ideologies. So mine is to perhaps have more of these engagements so far as our youth is concerned and so far as Black people are concerned. So to make sure that perhaps universities again must be at the center of the liberation of our people, because also universities prove over and over again that they are complacent to the status quo of the people, because universities again are the very same spaces that call out police for the student when they are protesting for whatever we're protesting for fears to fall, for roads to fall. But I will leave it there for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Azania, for wrapping that up. I think this is the first panel that addressed so many questions to the audience, rather than just saying they want to answer your question. So they've left us with so much to think about, and I'm hoping that some of their questions will be answered. So it is actually the first time where we will welcome statements. Brief, it's not a 15-minute presentation part of the panel, so it must be very brief. But things like learning about the different perspective between a partnership and a coalition. Where has that left you? What has it left you thinking? Comments such as us being here discussing the coalition or the possibility of a coalition, is that obvious evidence of a failed government? So yeah, let us see how many hands we've got in answering such questions and in engaging in the topics by the speakers. We've got 2 hands the side. We've got 2 the side, which we will entertain. Online? Is it your hand or an online hand? Okay, let us start with the online questions. Did they say who they want to address the question to? Okay, because the panel is a bit big and it's broad, I will answer the questions, or rather take 2 questions, answer, and then move on to the 2 questions and answer, and then last 2 questions. Can you please read them out?
So the questions are from Temba. So the first question is, what factors contribute to the relevance or credibility of the State of the Nation address in the eyes of the public, and what the measures can be taken to address these concerns and restore its significance? Next question, in what ways can the format and the delivery of the State of the Nation address be modernized or adapted to better engage with the public and ensure its effectiveness as a platform of communicating government priorities and addressing national issues? What factors contribute to the declining relevance or credibility of the State of the Nation address in the eyes of the public, and what the measures can be taken to address these concerns and restore its significance?
We've got the volunteer.
I'll keep it very short. But by the way, I am in the EFF. But I also really believe in civic society. I just wanted to make two very small points because I was speaking to an anti-apartheid activist a few days ago about SONA, and she told me that in the early 2000s, there was such less security around SONA that if people wanted to protest, they could actually be right next to Parliament, or they could be right at the entrance where the politicians would enter from. So even now, as we see, I mean, if you go into the city center, even tonight or tomorrow morning, it's completely locked down. And I feel like that should in itself be an indicator of the state of our democracy and how accessible our politicians are to us. And I think, I mean, in terms of like declining public interest, I think that's the same reason that we have less and less voters, every election season, because promises are made and promises are not kept. And I think it's that simple. But any of the politicians have.
Okay. I mean, I think I'll speak to the. I think it was adaptation or adapting the way in which SONA is done. I think there's so many lessons. I mean, COVID was a terrible time. The lockdown was a terrible time, but there's so many lessons that we can learn in terms of how we can do better there from COVID. We live. Cyril can just send us all an email and tell us the promises, and then we get to hear the question and answer and the debate, because the whole fanfare and waste of money, I think is just wastage. And so I think those, I mean, we live in a digital world. We can just watch, all of us, including the MPs themselves, watch online and then allow for a time for debate. That's one of the ways in which that could be, I think, adapted.
Is there somebody who mentioned EFF? So you want? Okay. So it's an extension of the question.
Yeah, no, briefly. I think for us there are many, I think a number of things that cloud the sonaness of SONA. So the first thing is, remember currently that there are issues with, maybe I'll be biased here. Our leadership, firstly, is not allowed to go and exercise their constitutional right to speak at SONA. Not to speak, to attend SONA, because that's part and parcel of of them exercising their right to make sure that they represent our constituency there. There are a number of issues here, but maybe just to take one. Firstly, SONA itself, if you look at the previous SONAs, and I will be surprised, in fact, I won't be surprised if there's a regurgitation of what has already been said before. Empty promises. The president a while back spoke about smart cities, bullet trains, million houses in Soweto. Where are those things? Show me, where is a smart city? Where is the bullet train? What happened to load shedding? Where there is no new dawn, there's new darkness. We're in the dark as we speak. So stage 8 or stage 100, there are difficult days ahead. I said earlier on. So I think that people, we must begin to think differently how we would like to change society. Because in a context in which we operate, there are many ways in which people can change the way society operates. But in this context, people can use their vote to change the way things are done in this country. Tina, we don't have a problem when we said we know for sure how we'll address the issues that the ANC is failing to address. Because most of these issues that we're facing, they are centered around corruption. Look at what happened to the PPE monies. When people were dying, ANC people were eating. They even open graves were open in anticipation that millions of people will die. These people have no mercy, they are merciless. They eat ngosamguntshuntsu, izisu zingaka, because of the fact that we have become tolerant of a system that is weaponized against us. And we're saying as citizens, we must wake up, because if people can eat in the midst of people dying, money that is meant to go and save the lives of the weak and vulnerable, those people, there's no chance that such people will take care of anyone. It means that society must begin to go into the deeper, the inner resources of itself, and begin to think differently about how they vote. Because the difference that we are going to make is the difference that we must think about when we go and make that vote on the day of election. Then after the day of election, people then will be able to say, yes, we voted correctly, no, we voted incorrectly. But what I can say at this present moment, lots and lots of promises, you can quote me on this one. Lots and lots of promises will be made there tomorrow. If somebody could stand up and say, President, the last time you promised us a smart city, can you show us one? Let everything else pauses. Just show us one smart city that you have created. Mr. President, just show us a bullet train. Where are the trains now? The graves that you opened for us, President, what was the intention there? 500 billion went down somebody's deep pocket in the midst of people dying through COVID-19. That is the kind of a situation that we are in currently. And I think that we need to think differently. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to take the lady at the back. Oh, it was a gentleman, sorry. No, you don't look like a lady.
Mulweni. So my question, I also have a bit of observations to make, but I also have a question up at Kobeleni. First of all, to the gentleman here, Rise Mzansi, I believe. Not so long ago, I read a book by Usonge Zosibi called Manifesto, and Anqibala ncwadi kwabe kuvuka lento ye-Rise Mzansi, and I find it interesting for our democracy to have new parties, but it always happens before elections. So it's also not a phenomena that's outstanding. But what I find interesting about your particular party is that you provide what you call an alternative to the status quo. But at the end of the day, it seems as a continuation, or rather an organization of liberal blacks or people in the middle class, the so-called clever blacks. And in my observation of that, I just want to put it to you, because one of the things that you speak about is transparency. But if you're asking people to vote for you, can you enlighten us as to who is funding the organization? Because we are scared. We are scared, Chief, of putting people into power. I might vote for you next year, but I'm scared because we might be voting for Zionists here, because there's also that thing. You haven't taken a stance on Israel and Palestine. We haven't seen you take a stance. So can you take one now, perhaps? I'll give you the platform to perhaps tell us if you are pro-Israel or you are calling for a ceasefire, or what is your stance? What is your organizational stance? Because that will help us determine your position even in South African politics as a whole. And then moving on, this question might be unfair, but I'd like to put it to the persons which are involved in Fees Must Fall. My question is that when we joined, or rather we registered at university, there was this movement, and we thought we had won, or rather we were disillusioned, or we had this illusion that things were going to get better. But from the last time I checked, the registration fees keep on increasing. Residencies keep on charging more, and academic exclusions are still a thing today. So perhaps what should we revisit in Fees Must Fall? What did we miss? And we perhaps need a Fees Must Fall 2.0. So if you could perhaps just indulge me on those. Thank you very much.
I said I'll take the questions in twos, but because his question is dual, can we answer it before we take the lady sitting next to him?
Yeah, no. That's that question follows. It follows us. No, thank you. Thank you for the question. I think about probably late last year, I wrote an article because, again, having seen and heard a lot of the criticism rise around Rise Mzansi and so-called clever blacks. And one of the questions or one of the comments I make in that article, or well, a question that I pose is, which political party in the history of South Africa has ever been started by the working class? The EFF. There's none. There's none. There's no party in the history of South Africa that was ever started by the working class. The ANC was started by the middle class. The PAC was started by the middle class. The EFF was started. All the political parties, they were started by the middle class. And what I say is that these are people that have what we call the phrase is social capital. And what I say in that article is that these people in the middle class, we need to use our social capital to change the direction in which our country is going. And therefore, the criticism around being middle class and being clever blacks doesn't help us in terms of being able to change the issues within our country, because again, go through the history of the political parties and tell me one that was started by the working class. Question of funding. One thing that majority of the people would not know here, we have the Party Funding Act, and because I was one of the people that started my vote counts. If you go and look at the Constitutional Court judgment at the Constitutional Court in 2018, I deposed that affidavit around party funding because I advocated for transparency in party funding. I would not be comfortable being in Rise Mzansi if we were not going to be transparent around the issue of party funding, because I was one of the people that advocated. Go look at the Pumeza Mlungwana, not Pumeza Mlungwana, the My Vote Counts judgment on party funding. The judgment came out in 2018, 2019 at the Constitutional Court. I was there at the Constitutional Court. So this issue of funding, again, is a distraction in terms of some of the political opponents. Wait, I'm gonna respond to you. This question was elevated because of the CIC, particularly because he saw a poster in Guyana. He didn't think, because clever blacks, he didn't think that Rise Mzansi would reach as far as Guyana. And so he was very surprised when he saw a Rise Mzansi poster in Guyana. And then he started to use this issue of funding. The law doesn't allow for political parties to be funded by other countries. It's not in the law. It can never happen. It will not happen. Rise Mzansi is funded by South Africans. Some of the South Africans can give the Party Funding Act. You can give money from 5 rands to 50 rands up until 99,000 rands. You don't have to declare. So there's some of those people that gave us that money. From 100,000 rands, people that give us money from that, not only money, but also it doesn't have to be money. It can be in-kind donations. If it's over 100,000 rands, then you have to declare. Rise Mzansi registered in September with the IEC. That means we could not declare before that because we're not registered with the IEC. But now we are registered with the IEC. The fourth quarter declarations are likely coming up towards the end of this month or in March. So before you decide to vote, you will see who funds Rise Mzansi. That declaration is going to come out in the next few weeks, in the next few weeks or so. And then lastly, the position on Palestine and Israel. We released a number of statements around the issue of Palestine. We support the people of Palestine. We released a statement supporting the ICJ court case. We released a statement post that continuing to support the judgment of the ICJ and saying that there needs to be proper implementation and monitoring of the implementation. So some of these things are out there. Just that sometimes, and I'm sure you probably someone on Twitter, sometimes things on Twitter get to be elevated far more than the actual information is there. So also, if you go on the Rise and Mzansi website, you will see everything that I'm telling you about.
Thank you. So just keep a reminder in your diary in a few weeks' time to follow up. We had one more hand here, and then so we're gonna take all three hands with the two gentlemen this side. One hand this side.
Thank you very much. Well, on the proposed budget cuts, we fully agree. Those are austerity measures. And for the fact, it's a fact that politicians will never say, no, let us cut our salaries by half, but they will rather opt to say, no, let's cut the government expenditure on critical sectors. But when it comes to their salaries, to say, no, just take half, they will never agree. But the EFF in 2020 took 33% of all the public reps' salary. That shows that they are committed to ensuring that public reps they don't accumulate for themselves, but they give back to the people. Took 33% of all public rep salary and contributed it to COVID-19. But there is a problem of problematizing coalitions to say any municipality that is under coalition, it's a mess, as if those that are not under coalition, they are not a mess. So maybe we should clarify that to say it does not mean when there is a crisis, a political crisis in a certain municipality that is under coalition. Therefore, a coalition is a mess, is a flop. Currently, our country is not under coalition. It's a crisis, a flop. But we're not, no one is saying no. Maybe coalition can work. Well, the people of Ekurhuleni will tell you a different story that no, under coalition, at least we can see. We report that there are water leaks here. In 3-4 hours' time, that water leak is fixed. The people of eThekwini will tell you that our beach, you can go to the beach now. Our city is clean. Although it's not a formal coalition arrangement, but you can see it's an arrangement, or even if it is not official. So I just wanted to say that coalition, it's possible, and it is doable. It has happened in 4 metros already. It is currently taking place. All four, the 4 metros out of the metros that are existing. So it's extremely wrong to say no, you can't go to coalition as if the current system it assists us. So the problem is not coalition or the system. The problem are people who are deployed because of the EFF there in Ekurhuleni, in eThekwini, Nelson Mandela. It has deployed capable people who are conscious, who are able to say, no, we're not here. The first question that we ask ourselves when to get into the office, we're not saying how much can we eat. We're saying how much can we improve the lives of our people on the ground. So that is what is needed. Ethic leadership, that is what is needed. Even if you have a city of Cape Town which is not under coalition, but because there's no ethic leadership that is in love and in touch with the people of Cape Metro. The people of Cape Metro will never get services compared to a semi-coalition arrangement in the 4 metros that I've mentioned. So I wanted to say we must never problematize coalitions. There are prospects of a coalition government in South Africa. Come May, the country and many provinces will be under a coalition, and its impact, as I've already stated, it is they were not going to tell you of things of no, in 1994 we brought democracy. We're not going to tell you. We'll tell you now that no, the people of Etequini, even if it is not full coalition, but all their issues are being addressed. The people of Nelson Mandela, they're getting electricity. So I thought maybe I should just make that point head across. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was not a question, it was an amplification of a statement. So there's two hands aside. I think one question that was not answered regarding the fees must fall. Do we need a fees must fall 0.2, or what is it that needs to be looked at? So can the panelists please note that so that a response can follow with the two panelists, two questions that are being asked now.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Now, I want to thank the panelists for an inciting discussion. My question is two, and they're quite related. One, Nawara, you speak about how the problem is at the center, structural, the structural problem. And I mean, you'll remember that part of the argument in 1994, the PAC was arguing was that this negotiation thing is a problem precisely because it does not allow you to change the structure. It was a very fundamental disagreement in the leading up to the 1994 movement. Of course, South Africans decided otherwise, democratically they allowed, but 30 years on, we are back at that same. But I want to suggest that don't you think that the problem is far deeper than what we think? You know, when we talk about the failures of the past 30 years, we always think around some incompetent people, some people who sit in a corner and they connive against our people. It's people who every day they're thinking that they're thinking about money. But I think that's not really the crisis. I think the crisis is much more deeper than that. And you know, for example, if you are in the spaces of or you study revolutions, you know that the most dangerous agent is the agent that doesn't know is an agent. The agent that doesn't know is an agent speaks very passionately. Everyone is able to listen to them because people can see that this person is passionate. He's honest about what he's talking about, but he's taking you directly to the fire. Mostly, my man was the most loved person in the DA. And when you listen to him, you can tell, no, man, this man believes in what he's talking about. But he was taking our people to the pits. And I think the problem that we've had, I want to suggest that don't you think that the problem is that if you have had an unfortunate experience of talking to ANC ministers, you find that, no, man, this man is not conniving. He actually doesn't know what he's doing. He's clueless. They're clueless. They are not saved. They don't want money. Yes, everyone wants money. Fundamentally, it's more than the fact that they are greedy. They are absolutely clueless. And they're obviously going to be close because precisely the the way in which they understand the problem of South Africa is wrong. And once you misdiagnose the patient, you are obviously going to give the wrong prescription. The the misdiagnosis that the problem was white minority rule only, therefore once we get us in power we'll be fine. It's shown to be a wrong diagnosis. And we are constantly trying to fix that. And you find that, and it's the second one, which I think, so that one is the first one, but don't you think that that's more than the fact that they are greedy, they are clueless. And precisely because the structure makes them in such a way. The second one is that, you know, South Africa, precisely because of the structure of South Africa, right?
Post 1994, there was no change in structure, as you correctly articulate. There was just a more, what they call, the state morphized itself. As Andy Mutama says in one of his analysis, that the problem with the post 1994, where the ruling party, that's not the ruling class. The ruling class has consistently been in charge. And you find this even in how the political discourse in the country is shaped. You know, when 2015 happened, for the first time in the history of this country post 1994, the problem of white power was confronted directly. Was confronted directly to a point where even the ANC started talking about white monopoly capital and RET. But what do you have immediately after that? There is a huge proliferation of organizations that now shift the discourse from white monopoly and white power to foreigners. Put South Africa first. You have Operation Dula. Immediately, the discourse changed, and to a point where I say that this the coalition that we are going in, chances are going to take us in a further crisis. I think Azania mentioned when she was speaking that when we look at the history of liberation movements in Africa, we always glad in South Africa, everyone is glad, but yeah, we have reached the 30-year mark. Liberation movements always lose power after 30 years. But one thing that we never actually interrogate, not a single liberation party in Africa has ever lost power to the left. Every time liberation movements lose, they lose power to the right. Now take that analysis into account and look at the number of political parties that are on the rise in the country. All of them are on the right-hand side. If in parliament there's only two organizations that are on the left of the ANC, which is the PAC and the EFF. So don't you think that we are going into a further crisis with these coalitions? Instead of changing a government, instead of changing, what is happening is not a change of government for the better, but a change of government solely for the main purpose of maintaining the status quo. Thank you.
We will take the last question.
Yeah, I'm listening to this discussion, and I heard that coalition government can become the rule of the day following the SONA of tomorrow. But the issue is not about even that coalition government. Is that this country needs a new vision. How will you continue to elect new political leaders or leadership or government, and you have no vision? What's the vision of this country? What do we want to become? What and how do you think we can become? And how are we going to be a great nation if we have a vision that we have tabulated, in which we would invite political parties to compete with one another in realizing the vision that unites South Africa, that South Africa can be South Africa that has peace with itself, so that it can begin to make more progress than what we see happening here. This SONA coming tomorrow is a waste of time, I agree. I mean, there was a time when he was speaking about the district development model. He dropped that district development model. He dropped it. They dropped the NDP plan. It's dropped out. You don't know what happened to it. It just disappeared into thin air. So the problem of this developmental approach that this government has, it thinks that it knows what its people need. And it wants to believe that right now, I think the ANC cabinet wants to grow this economy through grants. That's it. And because there's so, I mean, you must hear how people are raving where I come from, about the 350 grants. Another one is an expert. He knows how to help other people apply for it. And she can even check for them when their payment is due. And I say, hey, listen to me. What do you think you're doing with this 350 thing? So you see, already the very ANC cabinet has built itself taproot in the lives of the poor again through these grants that they're offering to the poor of this country. you'll be shocked they will still be in power because this poor will be told in the electioneering time, who's going to give you an extra 350 and get 700? Who's going to do it for you? They say definitely nobody. So they're going to vote. So this vicious circle that we see happening in this country, which is a gangrene, because we have this oligarchic mechanistic strategic system that is totally drinking the lives out of our system, squeezing our lives out of us. Crime is going to be in such a horrible rise, worse than what it is right now. It won't be safe even for you to walk at night or to walk even during the day. You wouldn't be feeling safe as the way in which this country is going. So my calling for me is that free education can never be the norm in this country because they're trying to say, no, the 15% is going to benefit and they already are in charge of the majority of the economy of this country. So then let's not have a free education. But they have ways in which they could, like they do in terms of quintals, quintal 1 to 5 education system, then people should get free education. But they don't want to do this thing. And education without there's no human capital. If you have no human capital, where can you work? I mean, we have already graduated graduates who are unemployed. I mean, a guy qualified professional, employed in the street corner. So the issue is that we don't need the new leadership. Forget about new leadership. Throw the new leadership away because without a vision, what is the new leadership going to do? Tell me, what is it going to do?
Thank you.
No.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. The last point. I'm concluding here.
Yes, please.
Now, the very most important thing is this: if this country has a referendum, and I'm going back to that CODESA negotiations, and how those CODESA negotiations were sabotaged by FW de Klerk. He did it. He's won that guy because the 15% minority still owns the majority of this country's economy because of FW de Klerk. He's done it. And President Nelson Mandela tried to respond and to react to this man, but he couldn't himself do it. He tried. So the issue is that we have to ask ourselves as South Africa a question. What kind of a South Africa do we as individuals want to live in? Then let's have a referendum to vote on that. And let's begin to have a vision now that says, this is who we want to be. Okay, let me make a last thing why I'm saying this. The EU today is called the EU. In their times, they had religious political wars against themselves, those Europeans. They had 16 of their European fathers sit around the table like we are here. And they've sat down and they said, what is it that we are fighting about? They said, we have religious political war. So this is our problem. What do we need to do to deal with this? They said, if we don't stop the religious political wars that have divided us, we're going nowhere. Secondly, they asked themselves, how are we going to be a united EU from here? They said, we only produce steel and coal. Can you believe it? With these two minerals, they managed to build themselves into a powerful EU today that is the second strongest currency in the world.
Thank you.
Why is it that we can achieve that in this country?
Sorry, sir, can I cut you off? Logistics are not allowing us to continue now with the questions. Thank you so much. I'm going to allow Ms. Peters just to respond to the gentleman's questions about the females fall, and then Mr. Wandile, Dr. Wandile, the question by the gentleman seemed to be addressed directly towards you. Thank you.
Okay, not a problem. I'll leave the coalition questions to the politicians. In terms of fees must fall, I mean, this is something that has been discussed in quite a lot of detail, and I think my simple answer is no. I don't think that a fees must fall movement can be reestablished for various reasons. Number one, the universities have prepared themselves. I was speaking to a comrade at UCT, and UCT has already stated, as kind of just their way of operation, that if protests were to break out, they just take everything online, quick, send everyone home. until the protest stopped. So there is also a need to realize even private security and the way private security is present on campuses is different to our time in 2016, 2017. But I will say that I think that Fees Must Fall in itself wasn't really a movement. I think it was a moment in time. And there's a reason for that. And again, I'm going to go back to history because I think that sometimes the answer lies in the past. But when COSAS and NUSAS really became strong national organizations was when they actually went into the communities that they come from. So they took the politics off of the campus and they took it into communities. And then it kind of just changed the whole ball game. And we haven't seen that with Fees Must Fall. Fees Must Fall, even though, you know, those of us who were protesting come from marginalized communities. But when we go home during the holidays, we go and watch TV and there's no political activity of young people outside of campuses. But what happened in the 80s, and this is what's very interesting, is that what these student and youth formations did was they started organizing in the communities that they came from, and how they did that was through rent boycotts. So as you know, a lot of housing in townships is owned by the government, and so the government decides on rent increases, bus fare increases, for example. So what young people would do is that they would actually organize around those issues in their communities, and by doing that, they encourage their parents to join different formations, and that's how different civic society organizations were started. Another thing that was also interesting is that when students started supporting labor movements, so what would happen is that there would be a strike by a specific factory, right? And the students would then go home and in their communities, they would organize a consumer boycott. So nobody was allowed to buy from that specific, let's say ShopRite. Nobody was allowed to buy from ShopRite in the community during the consumer boycott. And what that did is that it created I would say, a relationship between the labor movement and the student movement. And so when the student movement called protests, labor movement also then responded because they were also supported by students. We did see a bit of that on some campuses where workers and worker unions, especially during insourcing and those issues, they were, I would say, supported. But again, it happened on campus. So I think the way to build sustainable student movements is to take it off campus and to unite the issues that we experience in our communities with the issues that we experience on campus. Because again, those two things are so interconnected. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, briefly, I think, Lindo, I think you've captured the problem quite, beautifully. And I want to go perhaps as far as suggesting perhaps this may be controversial if I don't explain, to say that perhaps we are a numerical majority, but a cultural minority. In that the culture that we have come to embrace, is very much Western. Even the very jargon and the very linguistic tool through which we express our views here, it's a language, it's a borrowed language. So one then can have confidence in saying that numerically we are a majority in South Africa, but culturally we are a minority because the very language that we use. And in Ngugi's expression, the moment one chooses to use a specific language, it means to embrace the culture that comes with that language. So it's a borrowed language, it's Western, it's language that is spoken by those who come from the West. But I'm not saying there's something wrong with that. It's a language of trade, right? But perhaps maybe in future, one may have to think, about trade differently when African countries are beginning to consolidate and have free trade agreements that are put into action. And I want to also maybe further contribute to say that you are correct. The inability to do something about the problem. The ANC is not able. They basically have no ability to deal with the challenges that we face. These people are experimenting. We've been in experiment for the past 30 years. Let's use some experiments here and there. If it doesn't work, then let's drop it. Somebody made a comment about Amilcar Cabral. It's correct. Amilcar argues that we must always bear in mind. He is saying we must always bear in mind. Always bear in mind, people are not fighting for ideas. People are not fighting for ideas or things that live on somebody's mind. They are fighting, one, to have material benefit, to gain material benefits, to live peace, and to see their lives progress. Those are the things that people are fighting for. Now, the question is that now you come with an NDR, NDDR, or National Development Plan, and people are not going to eat an NDDR. People are not going to eat a National Development Plan. What are you doing for people on the ground? What kind of material benefits are you bringing to the people? Are you building people shacks? Are you sophisticating shacks? Are you bringing more sophisticated shacks? Are you building proper houses for the people? Are you allowing the landlessness to continue, or are you going to say we are going to return back land, and that land no one is going to get paid for it? Expropriation of land without compensation because the willing buy, willing sell never worked. Abelungu, white people who still own huge hectares of land are walking proudly because the system itself does not challenge them. Whilst our people are languishing on the margins, on the periphery, on the periphery, and on the margins of society, what are we saying about the landlessness of our people? Tell me a nation that can define its nationhood without land. Land is where we define who we are as a people. Land is where the original sin was committed. Land is where we say the things that we want. Land is where we profess the kind of future that we want. Without land, we will continue to be landless in the land of our forefathers and forebears. Lastly, the question of fees must fall. Comrades who were there, I didn't want to say this thing here. Roads Must Fall was started by a group of young people. I was there. And these comrades, the co-founders of Roads Must Fall. When Roads Must Fall simmered later that year in 2015, Fees Must Fall came up as an economic desk of Roads Must Fall. The actual movement is Roads Must Fall. It gave birth to Fees Must Fall. Well, we can argue about the genesis. We can argue about all of these things. But the question is, on the 20th of October, if not the 21st, we marched to Parliament to ask for Blades Zimande to come and address us. Because the demand was clear. We want free education. We want the minister to come and address us outside of Parliament. Instead of the minister addressing us, the police came hard on us. A couple of students were arrested and their charge was high treason. They were charged for high treason. They were regarded as enemies of the state because at the time the ANC looked at Fees Must Fall as a force that could change the pendulum of power in South Africa. We were at the cusp of changing things in this country. At Parliament, we were just outside the steps of Parliament, just few seconds before we walked into that assembly and sit in the seat of the speaker and say, the country now is under new management and under new leadership. It was a moment of madness. In a revolution, there must come a moment when people are mad about the demands, their revolutionary demand. Sanzolo took shit from Kailicha and threw it at the statue of Cecil John Rhodes. A moment of madness. He took kak, the shit of black people in Kailicha. He threw it at the statue of Cecil John Rhodes. And that very moment, that institutional critique against white supremacy, against the culture that was uninviting at UCT, it changed the course of history across the whole world. Today we talk about a feminist movement that came from a very specific moment in history, and that moment can never and will never be erased in the unfolding processes of South African history because it changed things. But of course, the question is now, what happened to Fees Must Fall? And what are the pitfalls of Fees Must Fall? I can tell you one, there was no continuity. Students moved on. Those who came after them, there was no sense of continuum. And those who came after them, there was no sense of passing on the baton. In any revolution, there must be a layer of leadership that remains somehow to pass on a baton. Because there's the continuum of the past, the present, and future. These three epochs can never be separated. You will never know where you are going if you don't know where you come from. The continuum of these three epochs are very important in any revolutionary struggle because even with the birth of the EFF was born, my brother. I want to disagree with you. The question of middle class in South Africa, we have the so-called middle class that is heavily indebted. A middle class are the people who run things. In South Africa, the so-called middle class, I would argue that we don't have that thing here. It doesn't exist here. EFF is born out of the pain of the Marikana workers who are crying for 12.5. So we must correct when people are bastardizing a history of a revolutionary movement on this platform. We are not going to accept some buffoons to speak ill of a revolutionary movement. No buffoonery will be allowed to speak of such a movement here. Born out of the pain of workers in Marikana, when the system was ready to kill workers for demanding 12,500. These are the people who work in the dungeons of mines and were saying these mines must be nationalized so that our people can have direct beneficiation from the wealth that comes from these mines. So that we can also have state capacity to refine these natural endowments, these natural resources. We don't have to send natural products to the United States and the US, and then they sell these things back to us. Have state machinery to have our own processes of refining this so that we can sell these things to them. This is what we're saying. Lastly, on the question of coalition, we said, if you want to be in coalition with the EFF, you must first respond to the 7 non-negotiable cardinal pillars. We're clear on that one. In instances where a coalition, yes, we understand we're in coalition in some municipalities, but this time around, we're saying there are 7 non-negotiable cardinal pillars, and we say, as the Zimvula Mlom, when we visited somewhere, you go to a place, you have to open a mouth with something. We call these 7 non-negotiable cardinal pillars. I was going to read them out, but because of time, there are 7 of them. So if you want to talk to us in a form of a coalition, you must then at least agree to these 7 non-negotiable cardinal pillars. So we're very clear. We're not discombobulated. We're clear. That's how we march. We march like that. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. I think we are left with so much thought, very little answer because a lot of it is in anticipation of tomorrow's speech and what will happen after the elections. But we are hoping that in next year's Pre-SONA roundtable, we are having a different discussion, one way a lot of these questions which were left by the panelists and by the audience can be answered, or at least somebody can come back and say, you know, this question that we asked in the previous SONA, this is the response to it, or this is what we have seen. But we appreciate your input, we appreciate your energy. We are going to wrap it up now. Please descend the stage and come and receive your, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, it would have been great to get a chance to respond.
Please don't walk out, colleagues. We're just going to have a vote of thanks. It will not be long. And we are going to wrap up the program. So as we conclude, I'm going to advocate is completing, but he's the one who's going to give us the vote of thanks. But just from my side, thank you for your participation and your cooperation. And yeah, till we meet again, I'm going to hand over to Advocate. Travel safely and keep engaging with us on our social media platforms. They are there at the end of the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Today it was a special day, cleansing ourselves from the poison that we're eating every day, intellectually, spiritually, politically. So our panel of speakers were able to cleanse ourselves, and this must be a journey. It should not start here and end here. It must be a continuous program of action, especially when we are in this colony of Western Cape. We must make sure that we perpetuate this kind of a political and political cleansing project, because most of the people this side, we know this is a crime scene. This province is a crime scene. Black people here are trapped on a perpetual state of childhood. You are a father, but when you're in Western Cape, you are like a child. But having said that, we have learned a lot around the topics of the day. Others were arguing that State of Nation address is a wasteful expenditure, gathering police, soldiers, government, business, just to listen to a speech. 45-minute speech. How could we overpopulate the entire city, occupy every hotel, every lodge, every restaurant, hire cars, flights for a speech, you know. So, but we believe that in the next year's engagement, we are going to grow from this year. As this year we grow from last year, but you'll agree with me that the panel of the speakers who have blessed us with their presence and presentations today, we should be tempted to call them again next year, because they've raised a bar very high. So by saying that, I would like to thank you so dearly. UNISA is a public institution. Lord Clinic is your home. You can even propose, suggest other programs here at the Lord Clinic at UNISA, because you are a public institution whose role is to impart knowledge. This is a engaged scholarship. We don't have to look into the textbook, but we can also engage with the communities to learn more from the communities and then translate that into the textbooks, so that we teach our children, our students, relevant things in the society. So, ladies and gentlemen, here is your Lord Clinic. If your neighbor, your cousin, a member of the community is facing legal issues, problems, and does not have money to pay private legal practitioners, you are free to bring them here to be assisted free of charge. We have proper lawyers here who go to court every day and represent indigent and marginalized people. Actually, we're one of the prominent case that we dealt with when we arrived, when we launched the Law Clinic here in 2022. It was that Stellenbosch case where a young white boy who was intoxicated urinated on the study material and the laptops of a black boy. So we intervened on that black boy's behalf as a law clinic in order to protect and affirm his rights until the perpetrator was dismissed from Stellenbosch University, and by Monday, the next Monday, what Stellenbosch police station did after the case was opened against that perpetrator, because maybe he's a white boy, they were reluctant to open a criminal case against him until we personally visited the Stellenbosch police station, pushed them until they decided to charge him criminally. And next week, Monday, this coming Monday, he is appearing in a magistrate court for the criminal charges laid against him. So having said what I've said, colleagues, I would like to appreciate your presence, both online and those who managed to come here physically. We are not taking your effort for granted. We have your database of each and every one of you here, and we believe that the engagement between us is not going to end now. You are still going to have some updates on things that we'll be doing at the Law Clinic, and feel free to come and participate actively. You are welcome. At least we have established a working relationship. Other students here are not the students of UNISA, but they saw a need to come and be part of these thought-provoking engagements that we had today. So we'd like to learn more from you as well, because we are a comprehensive university. It's all about learning in different formats. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I wish you could give a warm round of applause for yourselves. Thank you very much. Go home, go well when you're going home. Thank you.
I want.